Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a very sunny Wiscombe Park here in East Devon, where we're enjoying the first day of a weekend of speed hill climbing. Today's meeting brought to you by the Torbay Motor Club, and we're now proceeding through the second practice run of the morning, and with a break for lunch prior to the two official time runs this afternoon. So this morning is about the drivers getting used to track conditions, and of course, as some of you may notice, the pristine new tarmac top to bottom, 915 meters of new black super tarmac, which appears to be giving the drivers a lot of confidence and a lot of grip during that first practice run, which kicked off at 8:30 this morning. So we're working our way through the program. The road going series production cars are featuring on the hill at the moment. We're looking at class A3 in today's program, which is all about road going series production cars with engines between 1800 and 2600 cc's. At the top of the hill we have Stuart Brown with his Fiesta 121 on a time of 48.47 for Stuart Brown. A quick update. We've gone for a different format today, as we're the second weekend of speed hill climbing, and many of the competitors have already competed on the hill, so we've been able to do just one practice run. That's all done and dusted, and this is the first official timed run. So it's all about now the fastest of the time runs that each driver can post. That is what takes him to the results, and if they're at the sharp end of the class, into the awards. So this is the business part of the meeting already. So one official run now before lunch and another two afterwards. So no more time for the drivers to acclimatise themselves. They've got to go buckle down and get into the action. Steve Rue at the top of the hill with his Audi TT running his car 119. He breaks under 50 seconds on a 49.21. So the times are coming down as the drivers are now getting confidence in this new macadam. Going through the gate into the S's, another of the Audi TTs. Matt Van through the S's in 21.06. We have two intermediate timing beams on the track other than those at the start and the finish, and that's just triggered the time off the start line for John White, car number 115, of 2.69 seconds. John in his Audi S3 is now into the S's, technical part of this 915 meter climb, and he registers a time there at 22.89. So we'll be able to gauge the progress of individual drivers as they take their runs. So Matt Van with the Audi number 117 in the top paddock with a time of 43.65. They're now setting the pace in class A3. As following him over the line, John White with that rapid Audi S3, car 115 on a time of 56.54 for John White. As across the parkland goes Shane Currell with his Mini Cooper S over Bunny's Leap. Now on the brakes through the gate into the S's. Shane's time there 26.17 as he's now on the way up to the right hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Finds the apex there neatly through and then delivers the power all along Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill, before heavy braking at the left hand hairpin, which is Martini, and then it's back on the power and over the car. You'll see the cars have a vertical strut or vane to the front bumper or the nose cone, and that is all part of the process of getting accurate times to the nearest 100th of a second. So just lining that strut up with the timing beams, and then the light's gone green. So Richard ready to go, and away he is off the line in 2.87 seconds. Distinctive exhaust emissions, telling us this is a turbo diesel, as Richard asks a lot of this road going saloon. Into the S's, clocks the time of 23.08. As way off the line goes avionics engineer Simon Neve from Yeovil in Somerset, with the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6 RS. This car campaigned by Simon for a number of seasons now. He's also got a Lancer GSR, which is brought into to action if there should be any problems with the RS6, but the number one machine looking in good fettle this morning, as we have Richard Smith, car 113, in the top paddock on a time of 47.09. So that becomes the benchmark in Class A4, as Simon Neve crosses the line to improve on that time with a 44.13 to go to the top of Class A4. And now the delectable Alfa Romeo 4C in the hands of Rodney Isles, previous Wiscombe champion. Rodney off the line in time of 2.71 seconds. Time that's been bettered now by Martin Glover out on the hill with the Evo 4 RS Mitsubishi, over 4/10 of a second faster off the line for the four-wheel drive machine. And now Nick Ellis is raising the green light with the 2.5 litre Subaru Impreza. Tyres squeal on the new tarmac as Nick unleashes the power off the line in 2.44 seconds. But at the top of the hill we have a time for the Italian machine with Rod Isles at the wheel, car 106. It's a 43.12. Time for Alex Ward with his 2 litre Subaru Impreza, running as car 107, was 49.45. So Rodney Isles leading the way then. In the programme originally at the wheel of a Honda S2000, but has brought out the Alfa Romeo 4C. As the action moves into road-going specialist production cars, with Ian Harrison at the wheel of his TVR Vixen. Ian's away off the line. Up through the S's into Saw Bench. Right-hand hairpin goes Martin Bragg with the GTM. And Harrison is into the S's. At the top of the hill, car 95 Martin Bragg takes a time of 52.03. 52.03. The mini engine GTM. Harrison then out of the S's in 24.75 with the TVR. Now on the brakes and through the left-hand hairpin at Martini. Dixon over the line in a time of 51.02. That's now the benchmark time for Class B2. Ian Chambers out of the S's in 20.82 and completes his climb in 43.20. It's car 93. The Caterham 7 in the hands of Ian Chambers, as launching from the start Trevor Parsons with his Caterham 7. Trevor from Taunton, 1800 K series engine providing the power. So back to the top, we have time for Ian Hodgson with his wide-bodied Westfield. The Exeter driver, running as number 92, takes a time of 48.97. So Ian Chambers with the Cajuns still leading the way. Tris White with his 1700 SEI out of the S's in 20.98. Tris very much on the button and rattling the marker boards, the flippy floppies as they're colloquially known, up at Martini, but he goes fastest on 42.77, number 90. Tris White with a time of 42.77. Trevor Parsons then 91 at the top on 47.23. So Tris White leads Ian Chambers. Lining up on the start line, Steve Hill, and he's away in 2.47 seconds. Steve, another Tauntonian, retired motor dealer, spends a lot of time collecting classic cars while he makes his way to the top of the hill. Already in the top paddock, John Simpson, his competitor in the rally car class, now campaigning a 1700cc Westfield SE. He's got number 89, goes into second place on a 43.10. That's 1/10 of a second up on Ian Chambers with the Caterham 7. Steve Hill completes his time with his Lotus 7, car number 87, in a time of 42.73. And we'll pick up James Nash's time with the Caterham Road Sport on 42.57. So James moves into second place. Two runners then, goes into first place. In fact, two runners on the 42 mark. James Nash 42.57 and Tris White 42.77. So the Sirocco just rounding Martini in the hands of Tim Dodwell, first of the runners in Class B3 road going specialist production cars with car engines over 1800 cc's or motorcycle engines over 1125. And the Sirocco made it to the top in 58.29. That's car 84, 58.29. Tim's now joined, about to be joined in the top paddock. Next on the run, Mike Bell with the Reliant Scimitar out of Salt Bench, now powering along Castle Straight. Before getting the eye in, judging your braking point, and the Scimitar is around Martini and over the finish line in 55.61. So it's 55.61 for car number 82. Time for Richard Burnett with the Westfield Aerospace, running his car 83, 42.90. So Richard leads the way in Class B3. Completing his climb, or her climb, Anna Larkinen, running as number 18 with the Caterham 7 2-litre machine in 51.61, 51.61. So still Richard Burnett leading the way. Time for Steve Osborne with his 2-litre Westfield. Into one is 45.76. Slots into second place. As across the parkland over Bunny's Leap goes Joe Keep with his Westfield wide body. Joe, an estate agent. Different machines along the way, predominantly here at Wiscombe Park. Used the Focus and Fiesta along the way. Now striding out across the parkland over Bunny's Leap is the rapid Westfield Super Booster, Adrian Lewis. Wiscombe champion Ian Englehart. Slightly different machine now for the Mercedes expert, Mercedes technical expert. This car now sporting a Vauxhall red top engine, 2-litre, built up by Tom New, who looks after the car of British Hillclimb champion Wallace Lingy. So no better chap to go to in many ways. And now John Tandy, the Exeter builder, rounds Wiscombe with his MG Midget. Time for 79. Adrian Clements with his Westfield, 45.39. The raucous Exige of Gary Dawkins, number 77, clocked a time of 44.28. Going to second place in A3. Joe Keep them with the wide-bodied Westfield, car number 76 in the top paddock in second place now on 43.64. Rapid Super Booster of Adrian Lewis made it into the top paddock in 40.09 to slip into the lead. Look to see Ian Englehart's response. Actually, that was Ian Englehart's time, 14.90 for car number 74, and Adrian Lewis's time was a 41.96. 41.96 for Adrian Lewis. So Englehart leading the way in Class B3, ahead of Adrian Lewis. In third on 42.90. So around Wiscombe goes the Renault Clio in the hands of Martin Cox. For those of you new to hill climbing, you'll notice that adjacent to the competition number on this car we have the letter A, and that tells us that there's 2 drivers using this car throughout the meeting, so we could distinguish them in the programme and in the times by a straight number. 120 in this instance will be Lucy Cox, 120A Martin. So around Wiscombe, having launched in 2.78 seconds, goes another A driver, Jonathan Wright, sharing the driving duties in the Volkswagen Golf GTI of his brother Jonathan. Jonathan was very quick out of the box in practice this morning. Double driver right on the line now. The mighty Datsun 240Z in the hands of Beeling, Hannah Stapley, way off the line in 2.82 seconds. Meanwhile, we've got Anthony Wright, who completed his run as we get to the end of the batch. Datsun on the way up to Saw Bench on the braking, turning right through the hairpin neatly, and then away on up the hill for her first official time of this meeting. So 57A stops the clocks on 50.4750. So next man up the hill, Andy Stoddard with the Vauxhall Nova, a man who's dabbled with single-seaters, Subaru Imprezas, etc., but has previously run the Vauxhall Nova. So Andy back in action in the modified series production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc's. He's got the green light at the start and away, front wheel drive machine away into Wiscombe, the left-hander at 2.88 seconds. He's now on the throttle across the parkland over Bunny's Leap before getting on the brakes for the right-hander through the gate into the S's, where it goes right, left, right, and then a little kink, left-hand kink on the approach to Saw Bench Hairpin. And he's away now as across the parkland goes Tony Lannon with his Citroen Saxo, and lining up on the start line Sean Tuckey with his 1600cc Ford car. And if you're up at Martini Hairpin at the top, then you're in for some three-wheeling motorsport in all likelihood, as I don't think that car can go around that bend on four wheels. It just seems to be a physical impossibility. It always picks up the inside rear wheel. So we look to the time of 69, Andy Stoddart with the Vauxhall Nova, and he's the finish line in 47.23. As around Wiscombe goes Neil Tuckey with his 1660cc Ford Fiesta, car built up by Neil back during the first lot back in 2020. Front suspension is all homemade, as is the rear suspension, but it uses the original beam, and the bodywork's been light and stiffened. The body shell fully seam welded. So very well put together Hillclimb car. Time for Tony Lannon, car number 68, is 48.56. Neil Tuckey then takes car 65, the Fiesta, over the line in 45.21. Sean Tuckey with the Ford car, number 66, also in the 45s. That was a 45.28. So Neil has the initiative at the moment by just 7/100ths of a second in Class C2. Time for next man up. Seem to have a lull on the hill at the moment, but away we go from the start line. Moving on through the entry to pick up Colin Richardson in the modified series production car class. utilising engines ranging from 1800 to 2600 cc's. Colin with this 205 GTI up against BMWs, and there's one of those on the hill at the moment, the E30 in the hands of James Rushworth. 2.8 litre engine in this German machine. James from Sherborne in Dorset. And now the Nissan Pulsar GTI in the hands of Darren Stevenson. Four-wheel drive, turbocharged. Off the line in 2.48 seconds as the BMW in the hands of James Rushworth is around Wiscombe, Martini Corner, and over the line in 48.12. 48.12 for car 59. Colin Richardson and the Peugeot stopped the clocks on 47.24. So Colin Richardson leading the way at the moment. Darren Stevenson might have other ideas on that with the Nissan Pulsar, car number 58. Out of the S's in 22.85 as Simon Pollock from Wellington near Taunton is on the brakes for the right-hander at the gate. Simon, self-employed fabricator in the welding industry, started Hillclimbing with a standard Toyota MR2 back in 2016. Paul Meadows out of Wiscombe now with the Renault Clio 2-litre machine. Time for Stevenson, number 58. Seems to come through as yet, but we could tell the car on the hill at the moment is the Porsche Carrera 911 in the hands of Jonathan Williamson, previous Association Southwestern Motor Club's Hillclimb champion. Blasting away off the line. Now move into modified series production cars. The pin with the Stuart Taylor Rolt as Jonathan Williamson completes his climb. Time for Jonathan Williamson, car number 53, 44.67. Paul Meadows with the Renault Clio running as 54, stopped the clocks on 44.84, so not much between those two. Simon Pollock with the Toyota MR2 made a climb in 48.11. Rupert Ryle with the 206 GTI under 50 seconds with a 49.61. And now the very rapid Caterham in the hands of Paul Reynolds back in the modified series production car class. Phil Byrne in the top paddock in the Stuart Taylor Rolt, car number 50 in 44.39. Peter Eads joined him there with the 2-litre Dunhill powered Westfield, car number 49 on 45.58. Reynolds going well and completes his climb in 40 seconds exactly. 4.004. Reynolds going to the lead of Class C4. Steve Holland leaves the S's behind in 20.53. And the wheel of his Caterham as Ben Stapley moves off the line with the Datsun, taking us back into Class C3. Ben easing the mighty machine away in 2.81 seconds. Now we pick up a couple of the double drivers, or we'll be looking at car 105A. So going back to class A4. Simon Glover sharing with his father Martin in this Evo 4RS. Time for Stephen Holland in class C4 then, 41.65. So Paul Reynolds doing the business there with Stephen Holland in second place. 57, Ben Stapley with the Datsun over the finish line in a tad over 48 seconds, 48.01 from the start. Goes Kieran Stevens in the Citroen C2 from the Downton Motor Club Speed Series division. Predominantly all about minis, but that's not compulsory, as you can see with the Citroen C2 Furio in the hands of Kieran. He was off the line in 3.42 seconds. Simon Glover from class A4 then with the Evo 4RS, car 105A, stops the clocks on 43.11. So that puts him 1/100th of a second faster than Rod Isles with the Alfa Romeo 4C, but unfinished business in that class. Also at the top of the hill then, Kieran Stevens with the Citroen 43, 58.55. 43. Holding on the line at the moment, and away, staying with the Downton Motor Club Speed Series. John Hill across the parkland over Bunny's Leap with the BMW style Mini Cooper S, which has become very popular not only in this class but speed hill climbing. Around Wiscombe is Ethan Cobb with his R53 1600cc machine. So we now have time for Steve Harris running his 41 with the Kevin Taylor Mini 1380cc machine, propelling the tuning expert to the top in 52.74. John Hill also in the top paddock, car number 40 on 49.84. That's the fastest time in class F1. As it moves away off the line in 3.22 seconds goes Zach Cobb. Tight competition amongst the mini boys. And we're now looking at Nigel Sampson, Austin Clubman. Time for Stephen Jarrett with his R53, car number 39 is 47.30. 2.8 seconds launch for Sampson. Around Martini over the finish line. And Ethan Cobb on number 38 on a time of 47.87. Slots into second place. Steve Jarrett, the fastest in class F1 on 47.30. Zach Cobb joins them at the top in a class leading time of 46.50. So Zach brother moves to the top of the table. Nigel Sampson, car number 36, completes his climb in 45.84 to go fastest as around Martini in 42.28 goes Jack Ellis, back in class A4. Jack Ellis time of 42.29. That's doing the business there in road going series production cars over 2,600 cc's. As Victoria Larkin is along, and I was saying along Castle Straight, but now into the barriers at Martini. A gentle nudge under braking, lots of tyre rubber left, but being reversed back and now going over the finish line. So hopefully no lasting damage. Red flags are out to stop the following car. Marshals just have to check that the barriers, protective barriers, are all okay, and that is being achieved now under the red flag. And then we'll have opportunity to return the MG midget either down the hill or on up to the top paddock. So just a gentle nudge, nothing more, just a little bit of embarrassment there. Hopefully no real damage, and that car can continue throughout the rest of the weekend's meetings. Steve Luscombe next to run, patiently waiting on the start line with the MG midget, originally built up to modified Mod Sports type regulations when modifications were quite free and could be quite liberal. And a very popular circuit racing category with Mod Sports back in the 80s. But the car being pushed onto the grass apron next to the start line, so perhaps Steve's having a problem, or it may just be that we're making space. We're going to get that MG midget back down now and take a rerun. If the red flags are brought out by the marshals because of an incident on the hill, because a car is broken down, then the red flag is used to pass the message to the driver, and the drivers know that once they see the red flag they have to stop as quickly as possible and then await instructions as to what the clerk of the course requires of them, depending on where the hold up is. Sometimes cars are taken to the top of the hill, sometimes they're returned down to the bottom, but either way a rerun is the object of the exercise, so that that particular driver doesn't lose out through the problems of his fellow competitors. Victoria got a time of 61.60, which included the reversing and the manoeuvring. So car number 80A 61.60, and then into the MG Car Club class, and we have two reruns having received the red flag. That's of course for Keith Richards and John Febre. Keith at the wheel of the MGPA, which is at the moment turning round and preparing for his rerun, and John February with the 1330cc MG midget, and he's just waiting upon the marshal marshal's instructions to likewise turn round and prepare for his rerun. So John now has the midget facing in the correct direction, and the marshal step forward to execute that final positioning of the machine on the start line. Red light is on, we wait it to go green, and then John can attack the 915 metre course here at Wiscombe Park. Resplendent in its new cabin, and John is away off the line. Car 205 across the parkland and over Bunny's Leap. Next be looking for his braking point for the right hander at the gate, and then it's into the S, left, right, left, and on up through via a little kink to hairpin. Camber on the inside of the bend. John choosing to find the apex and take a tight line, and then delivers the power on up Castle Straight, fastest part of the hill, and then he'll be looking at the left hand hairpin, which is Martini, takes him towards the finish line as Keith Richards with the MGPA just prepared, ready to go, waiting for the green light. And then Steve Luscombe with the 1380cc midget is the last to run in the MG Car Club class. Well, numerically it would be, but Ben Rolls running late there, car 201 with the Austin Healey Sprite. So another 3 cars to run from the MG Car Club once we've got the thumbs up from the timekeepers, which we might be having a little bit of an issue there. Timekeepers are clicking through their computer systems as we speak. So with them all reset, the green light is illuminated, and Keith Richards is away with the MGPA off the line in 4.12 seconds, as one might expect from such a venerable machine. Cresting Bunny's Leap, just going into the shade of the tree at Bunny's Leap, and then out into the sunshine as he makes his way to the gate, and then it's more shade interrupted by bright sunlight as he makes his way up towards Sawbench underneath the trees, through the left hand kink and into the hairpin. Now is Keith going to take a tight line? He does. Clips the late apex and then accelerates along Castle Straight as Steve Luscombe is away off the line with the Mod Sports Midget. 3.03 is launch time. And let's see how they are faring at the top of the hill. 204, Keith Richards 66.51. And now the rapid Ben Rolls, Austin Healey Sprite, favourite runner in Class F2. Could be a bit of a dust-up between him and Steve Luscombe. Steve out of the S's in 25.79, and Ben launched in 2.69 seconds, so he took over 3/10 of a second off of the midget away from the line. So Luscombe completes his climb. That's car 202 in a time of 53.81 to go into the lead. So no time for 2.5, but Ben rolls with Austin Healy, makes the class going up his own in all likelihood with a climb of 45.57 as we pick up some of the double driven single seater racing cars. Storm on the hill of Mike Williams. Have time for Yan Yo in the Sports Libra class, car 32A, 43.40. And Tony Bonfield over Bunny Sleep with the Mark IV Jedi. Tony Bonfield out of the S in 21.79. Time for Mike Williams. 24A was 41.5. 41.50 for Mike Williams. So as Tony gets to the top, possibly not all well with the Jedi in 45.63. To complete the runners in this batch. So it's just starting to move towards the faster cars with single seaters, etc. on this, the first of 3 runs here at Wiscombe Park this morning and this afternoon, all part of the Torbay Motor Club Hillclimb meeting here in East Devon. The 3rd round of this year's Wiscombe Park Championship, which is sponsored by Tillicoultry Quarries. A season-long series which will go through to the end of September. Cars now coming out of the top paddock, very quickly turned round by the marshalling team in the collecting paddock. All an important part of today's every meeting, in fact, keeps everything running quickly and smoothly. Lots of comments have been made earlier in the day. New tarmac here at Wiscombe Park, laid just a couple of weeks ago, but there seems to be lots of rubber marks out on it. Whether that's due to the type of tarmac or just the weather conditions or whatever, but after the first practice run this morning, lots of tyre marks from lock-ups under braking and also from spinning wheels under acceleration out of the corners. But no doubt the drivers are finding sufficient amounts of grip as the times are falling down. Track condition gets a bit warmer, more grip for the tyres. Hillclimb cars run, particularly the modified classes and the single seaters, run very soft compound rubber, so it heats up very quickly, unlike race car rubber where you have a lap or two to go out and warm the tyres up. Of course here tyre warmers are banned, and no opportunity other than a few yards prior to the start line to spin up the wheels and get some temperature into those tyres. So therefore the answer to that is very soft compound that warms up after the first couple of bends. Once we've installed these cars back to their paddock positions, we'll be looking at the Sports Libra cars, 2-litre open sports cars. And we have two divisions there, up to 1800 cc's and over 18. In the former, we have a couple of radical chassis, Francis Gillett and Paul Davis, and the shared Legend 34 Ford in the hands of Jan and David Yo. The Legend 34 is basically a circuit racing car. I think it's 5/8 scale, it's not a full scale, and that type of racing is now supporting the British Touring Car Championship on a number of occasions, and in fact Jan is just bringing the car back into the paddock area, over the paddock on the start line. Very rapid machine, Yamaha engine I believe, space race chassis, and as those of you who have been watching on the hill, has more than a fair turn of speed. So the Legend goes up against the Radical in the 1800 class, over 1800 cc, just the sole runner today. Former fastest time of the day from last month, man Rod Thorne with the Rover V8 powered Pilbeam MP43. So you've gone from the motorcycle engine up to 1800 class to the mighty 5-litre V8 in the over 1800 cc class. And then a mixture of machines in the rally car category. You've got Peugeots, Honda Civics, Ford Escort Mark II, as you might well expect from rally car class, and the Rapid Darien T90 in the hands of Tim Porter. And then the racing cars, of course, through capacity classes of up to 1100 cc's, 1100 to 1600, 1600 to 2-litre, and then over 2000 cc's. And then we're into the motorcycles. So Francis Gillett is the man that resumes the action and picks us up here on Sports Libra up to 1800 cc's. This is the second season for Francis in this car. Originally built in 2002, this is a Club Sport model, and runs a standard 1164cc ZZR 1200 engine, which is originally from a standard road bike. And a number of machines in various classes today use the motorcycle engines, including single-seaters, or possibly one may say especially the single-seaters. Francis Gillett way up the line, and now go to the Peugeot. Running as car 100. Cars, Martin Dover at the wheel of his Honda Civic, Martin, a retired chartered civil engineer from Poole in Dorset. Used to rally and sprint Ford Escorts. Then started hill climbing with a Hillman Avenger 1600 GT. And then built up this Civic Type R during the winter of 21-22. Although built to a special stage rallying specification, car predominantly used in hill climb. So Peugeot car number 100 in the top paddock on 44.31, and easing away off the start line in 3.41 seconds goes Martin Tuck with his Mark II car. Got the Suzuki Swift Sport of Jeff Taylor out of the S's in 23.88. Now on the brakes and turning through much hairpin. Stays away from the bank on the exit and powers away up towards Martini. Nice wide line in and neatly through to clock 44.76. 44.76 for Shelley Deacon. And now Ben Wheeler at the wheel of the Evo 2. Saw Ben competing last year in a Caterham, but has been a previous single-seater driver. Has 7 fastest time of the day here at Wiscombe Park back in 2018. So the Caterham R500 of last season's given away to this Empire powered by a GSXR engine, 1000cc. And Ben out of the S's and in fact completes his climb in sub 40 seconds, so 39.38. That's our second sub 40 second time, so he goes second fastest behind Rob Thorne. 38. Rob Thorne still fastest on 38.56. Bonfield on the hill, the Mark IV Jedi, quickly out of the S's in 18.34. Now on the brakes at the top, and Martini going over the line for 38.22. 38.22 for Ben Bonfield. So that puts him fastest overall. Man on the hill now might have something to say about that. Another man with multiple wins here at Wiscombe Park, Ed Hollier, another 1000cc machine, but Ed's driving the Force HC and he's away from the S's in 17.64. So really turning up the power now and over the line in 37.36. Ed Hollier already taken the fastest time of the day this season here at Wiscombe Park. Car number 22 clocking 37.36 to go fastest. And now Steve Snell moves us into the 1100 to 1600 racing car class. Way off the line in 2.47 seconds. Carol Nichols coming into Martini now and over the finish line in 51.91. Peter Hobbit Hannum on the start line and away in 2.58 seconds. Quickly up through the gears, and now Andrew Forsyth, another contender for the fastest time of the day with this 1400cc Suzuki powered OMS CF04. Andrew from Shillingstone in North Dorset is away 2.28 seconds, so a good start as he then unleashes the power of this 1400 Suzuki. Steve Stell, car number 19, completes his run in 41.88. So Forsyth is in the 17s at the S's as well, 17.59. As onto the start line, Andrew Dinner with the MP82, moving us into the 1600 to 2 litre class. Forsyth then braking for Martini and around and over the line in 36.76. Puts him into second place between Ed Hollier and Ben Bonfield. So let's see, Andrew Dinner off the line in 2.45 seconds, and the S's behind him in 20.58. Tony Wiltshire, a non-starter. So we have Philip Montgomery Smith now with the OMS 2000M 1300cc, and you can tell another sequential gearbox, bang 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 all the way up through the gears. A violin teacher and driving instructor from St Austell. This is the car campaigned by Mike Lee for a number of seasons, powered by a supercharged Hayabusa. Car holds the track record at Warrington and Portreath. Originally campaigned back in 2004 by Peter Sexton. Time for car number 12, Philip Montgomery Smith, is a 36.42. 36.42 for Philip Montgomery Smith. Makes him fastest, of course. He's just taking over 0.3 of a second away from Andrew Forsyth, who's on 36.76. and Ed Hollier on 37.36. So we've got some interesting, compelling viewing this afternoon, with this battle shaping up for fastest time of the day. As we move away from the cars towards the motorcycles, the time for Andrew Dinner was 42.53. So Philip Montgomery Smith leading the way as we switch to the 2 and 3 wheel brigade of the National Hillclimb Association. Patrick Evans, the sole runner in the 250 class with the KTM. Joined out on the hill by Doug Parnell, long-time supporter of the National Hillclimb Association, on his 350cc Ducati. Patrick Evans completes his first official run of the day on 46.47. That's 2:44 and a time of 46.47. Parnell out of the S's in 25.14, and now through Martini and over the finish line in 51.97. Rayner with the Yamaha RZ on the hill, clocked at 27.92 at the S's. As the way across West Straight goes Anthony Isaac on the venerable Velocet. Rayner then 316, now tackling Martini in 55.67, and lining up on the right hand side of the start line. There may be a particular thinking there in that mind on Mike Tilley with the 280cc Honda CR. Mike away off the line in 2.64 seconds, and probably the favourite for the fastest time in this class. So Anthony Isaac takes the Velocette over the finish line in 63.82. 63.82. Anthony Isaac. And now from the 500 class, Callum Short, running as number 7. That informs us that he finished 7th place in last year's National Hillclimb Association's National Championship. Way around Wiscombe goes Richard Bowker with the Honda CRF. Time for Mike Tilley, the 370, was a 47.76. 47.76 Mike Tilley. Callum Short then at the top on 45.29. That's number 7 with a time of 45.29. On the start line then is Richard Bowker again, taking a line-up. 525 Gary Vernon out of the S in 24.36 on his TM. Richard Bowker's time 511, 47.48. We've also got a key in of 511 still on the screen, so that might need sorting out. .525 going Vernon, clocks of 50.40 as he goes into the top paddock. Waiting on the start line, Richard Peaty with the Husqvarna, running as 553, and the time 54.67, probably for 50 car 551. Peter Isaac, the man who is a head honcho in the National Hillclimb Association and with Wiscombe Limited, the management company for motorsport that runs hill climbs here at Wiscombe Park. Well, doesn't run the actual events, but looks after the venue and prepares it so that individual clubs such as Torbay Motor Club today can then come along and run the individual meetings. So Peter on his 500cc Velocette, away in 3.36 seconds. Making his way into gate, late apex and into the S's. Some of the hard chargers on the bikes perilously close to getting their heads in amongst all the rhododendrons and the greenery. Stephen Butler then with the Suzuki through the gate. It's the 450 RMZ as Isaacs completes his climb on the Velocette in 58.56. Around Wiscombe is Keith Haynes with the Aprilia, an SXV model, 449 cc's, off the line in 2.72 seconds and clears the S's in 21.68. Stephen Butler done his first official run on bike 587, all done and dusted on 47.03. As over Bunny Sleep goes Trevor Stacey. Aboard his Honda CF. 590 Keith Haynes completes the climb in 45.45. Number one, last year's champion, way off the line. That's Paul Jeffrey with the KTM SMR. This moves us into the 501 to 750cc class. Paul on this 638cc machine. Got it way off the line in 2.47 seconds. Trevor Stacey, 53.46, 53.46 for 592. Another hard charger in the form of Tom Short on the line. Another to go to the right hand side on the start, and another riding a KTM SMR. This particular machine, 654cc, so he's got a few extra over the likes of Paul Jeffrey and Guy Ursel, who we'll see very shortly, whose version is on 613. So Short just waiting for the green light, but in the meantime Paul Jeffrey has completed his climb on 43.02, 43.02 for the champion Paul Jeffrey. Light goes green for Tom Short then. Just has to fire the machine up. That, I think he's achieved that now. Good. Visor down, important consideration. In gear, leans forward, keeps the front wheel on the deck, just lifts very briefly as Tom departs the start in 2.52 seconds. Now winding on the power over Bunny Sleep. Keeps it upright on the braking into the gate. The S's are his next challenge. Hard work on a motorbike as it is with a car. Frenetic action. Left, right, left into sore bench. 20.78 for Short out of the S's. Now he's braking for Martini, swiftly through there in 42.42. So under the time of 43.02 of Paul Jeffrey. Goes fastest in the 750 class. Guy Ursel, another man with a turn of speed on this 613cc KTM SMR. Guy left the line behind him in 2.67 seconds, and the S's of history for him in 21.66. Round Martini, round Sore Bench, not that great, but he's approaching Martini now. Gets the weight distribution right, and over the line, Guy Ursel in a time of 44.30. Short already out of the S's aboard his 637 KTM. 21.04 was his time as Mark Short takes his Aprilia SXV away off the line, 550cc machine, but Pete Short is safely around Martini in 46.46. Keith Hunt is next to run, waiting for the green light. Keith with this 740cc Triumph Bandit gets the green light, checks that we're in gear, and away. 2.90 off the line as Mark Short with the Aprilia SXV bike 700 posts a time of 44.64. So Tom Short on a 42.42, still the fastest on the 750 class. As Chris Keats from Wellington, Taunton, takes his 560cc KTM up towards Bunny's Leap. Keith Hunt with the Bandit out of the S's in 25.35 and completes in 52.74, 52.74 for Keith Hunt. Josh Williams, another Suzuki SV man, away over Bunny's Leap, 645 cc's. Time for Chris Keats, 744 is 45.03. Mark Stafford with his SMC KTM on 25.39 at the S's. Now powering along Castle Straight, foot down, getting the weight right, go through Martini in 51.92, 51.92 from 753. A start time of 3.03 for James Gray with the 650cc Husaberg. And now the rapid Torbay Hodges with the Team GV KTM gets ready for his first official run of the day. Certainly hard charging in the first practice run, so it's 777 the number, Tommy Hodges, as Josh Williams 763 completes his climb on 58.38. See how Hodges did off the line in a rapid 2.57 seconds. Dan Harris last in the class before we move on to over 750s. Time for 768. James Gray then 54.64. Hodges out of the S's in 20.40, storming up Castle Straight, quickly through Martini, and he stops the clocks on 42.42, so an identical time to Tom Short. So two KTM riders, Short and Hodges, equal each other's time. And this is the first run. Stu Mills leads us into the large class on his KTM, 1300 cc's of it on the KTM. Cadan Harris completes his climb in 48.50, 48.50 798. As Alan Jolly with his 990cc KTM is away off the line in 2.46 seconds. Leads it into the right hander at the gate. Stu Mills over the finish line, bike number 9, 46.13. That's the time to go for in the large capacity solo cars. As around Wiscombe we have Simon Wilson with his 790cc KTM, and Gareth Plunkett on his TL 1000 Suzuki, ready to go as soon as the timekeepers are. But at the top, Alan Jolly takes a time of 44.51 to go into the lead, and Plunkett takes a 2.78 second time off the line. Wilson left the S's in his wake in 23.53s, now up to Martini, headlights ablaze, power on over the finish line for a 48.55, slots him into third place behind Jolly and Mills. Weight forward away off the line with Matthew Mogridge keeping the Suzuki's front wheel firmly in contact with the tarmac. Through the right-hander at the gate. Matthew time at the S's is a 21.96 as Dave Norris is away off the line with his Triumph. Meanwhile at the top, Gareth Plunkett completes his climb by 8.14 in 52.03. So Jolly still the fastest in this division. Then Vincent gets the green light and wastes no further time. It's away in 2.52 seconds on the KTM Duke. Time for Matthew Mogridge was a 45.13 Suzuki, 45.13 for 8.19. Alison Self now away off the line in 3.14 seconds for the Honda VTR. That's a 966cc machine. David Norris stops the clocks at the top by 8.26 on 46.72. In 2.65 seconds, Pete Ford's off the line in the supercharged Suzuki, 750 cc's with extra supercharging. Plenty of power there for the Ilminster rider. Vincent stops the clocks on 45.80. That's like 8.28. That's around Wiscombe. We have Mark Williams with the 1 litre Honda VTR. With the Harley Davidson getting in a bit of tyre warming as it goes down to the start line. Dave Pete next to run with the KTM. In gear and away. 2.53 seconds. Alison Self at the top in 58.29, 58.29 by 8.50. 8.64 was Pete Ford with the supercharged Suzuki, and to the top 47.67. Still Alan Jolly the fastest on 44.51. Mark Williams 8.71 in the 47s with a 47.09. Tanzer gets ready on the Harley Davidson. Steps away from the line in 4.11 seconds. This mighty 883cc machine. Dave Pete over the finish line in a time of 46.59. That's 8.73 in a time of 46.59. Just out of the S's in 25.98 as Simon and Jane Foster get prepared on the Honda. Jane getting her weight over the rear of the machine to get traction away off the start line. The 600cc engine revving heartily across the parkland. They were off the line in 2.75 seconds. And now Kevin and Sarah Jewell await the green light with the Windle Kawasaki. 8.76 at the top paddock was Hannes Tanzer on 51.95. The Jewels are away in 2.88 seconds, so dropped a bit off the time of the Fosters with the Honda F2. And the Foster duo around Martini to complete in 44.84. So just the Windle Kawasaki CC machine. Wayne with Joe, Kevin and Sarah Jewell to run. They left the S's in their wake in 26.06 and now rounding the right hand hairpin at Saul Bench. Castle Straight and Martini hairpin between them and the top paddock. Sarah working hard, getting everything right on the way in. 54.90, 54.90 for Kevin and Sarah Jewell on the Windle Kawasaki. So that brings the first official time run in today's Torbay Motor Club meeting to a conclusion. We will now have a lunch recess. So ideal opportunity, if you've not done so already, to make your way to the paddock area. Have a look at the machinery, both cars and motorcycles. License bar there, quench your thirst on a nice warm sunny Wiscombe afternoon. And of course, great array of catering opportunities, hot and cold foods and beverages as well. So that's all in the main paddock area, no additional charge. So come on down, have a little wander around. Have also a look at a little stand display of Pat Jennings, long-time commentator both here at Wiscombe Park and throughout the southwest, because Pat has put together an amazing book entitled View from the Commentary Box, and details speed, hill climb, sprints, autocross, the whole grassroots motorsport thing across the southwest, and the detail is all there. Absolutely amazing. Photographs, details of some of the individual meetings, and so a little bit of background into the various venues. So a complete picture of southwest hill climbing across a number of decades. Now only £15, and a part of that fee goes towards the rescue unit that's here today and usually in place at Wiscombe Park, which is a charitable voluntary situation. So Pat putting funds into that very important organisation. So pop along. Pat can be found adjacent to the bar and the catering area. I won't say any more, but it's a convenient place to go and see him during the lunch break or during this afternoon. Enjoy the sunshine, and we'll be back with more hill climbing this afternoon.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
And then we have Daniel Howard running as 147 at the top in 49.93. So the first of the runners in Class A2, road going series production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc on the line, and that's James Hudson from Ottery St Mary in the VW Golf, 1781 cc's. James used to be a regular here at Wiscombe Park, but is now off on the British Championship trail, so that takes him all over the country, but comes back to Wiscombe when the opportunity allows. So he's just waiting for the all clear on the start line. Julian Rinaldi's time with the Ford Fiesta 145 is a 46.38. So found about 8/10 of a second against his earlier time. And Peter Stiles, with the Suzuki Swift, is a 49.60. So Peter slips in front of Daniel Howard, and 1/10 in front of Stephen Loveridge with the Ford Fiesta Z-Tech. Chris Bryant ahead of both of them with 49.93. So another public service announcement. There has been a wallet handed in at the catering establishment, the burger van. So if you like to check your pockets, jackets, handbags, etc., make sure that you haven't lost said item. But we have lost property and a wallet being held therein. So the time for 145 Junior Rinaldi put him at the head of the order in Class A1. James Hudson running as 146 with the VW Golf, got to the top in 49.60. No, sorry, 45.67, 4567 for James Hudson. And now the Lotus Elise in the hands of Charles White, 1800 cc. We're now into the road going series production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc's. Where we have some rapid motorists. John Langmead also in a Lotus Elise, having posted 43.6, would be last to run in this class. Time for 141 then, Charles White was 53.19, 53.19. Car 133, which is Sam Pearson with the 1700cc Ford Puma, stopping the clocks on 52.67. Jonathan Langmead leading the way. Another 43-second climb. He was a 43.6 earlier this morning, now a 43.91. So the first time keeps him at the top of the order. As up to the start line, Stephen Hepworth with the Mark 1 Ford Cortina. Stephen from Axmouth, a retired garage proprietor who trained as a mechanical engineer. Only started competing in motorsport about 4 years ago, back in 2019. His first event being here at Wiscombe Park, although he purchased this car in 1995. and for a while used it as everyday transport, but in 2004 decided to restore the car and fit it with a Lotus twin cam engine and a 2000E gearbox. So a few modifications to the engine, camshafts, larger valves, etc., and it now produces something in the order of 130 to 135 brake horsepower. Alan Hawkins with the Toyota MR2. Out of the S's in 24.96 as Chris Wells is up towards Bunny's Leap, having launched in 3.44 seconds with the Mazda MX-5. Time for Stephen Hepworth with the Cortina. It's a 57 seconds dead, 57.00. Alan Hawkins, car 137, stops the clocks on 50.45. And Michael Sutton with the the Corolla T-Sport, car 135, climbs in 47.97. Meanwhile, also at the top, Christopher Wells with his Mazda MX-5, not quite on the pace of his earlier climb, 54.84, compared with his earlier effort of 54.53. Paul Finch from the Class A3 road going series production cars, 1800 to 2600 cc's, on the line with his Ford Escort Mexico, rear-wheel drive car away in 2.94 seconds as Roger Hodgson completes his second climb with the MG TF 160, car 139, in a time of 59.27. So John Langmead still the man leading the way, 43.60. Ian Peacock completes his climb with the Citroen C2, car 140, in 50.37. So around Wiscombe goes Robin Dodwell with the 2-litre Toyota MR2 from Class A3 over Bunny's Leap. Now on the brakes, approaches the gate, wide in, tight out, up through the S's, and then it's a little kink to the left before the right hand hairpin at Saw Bench. Gets a bit close to the bank on the exit, but no contact, and then away at Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill here at Wiscombe Park. So Paul Finch's time, car 129 with the Ford Escort Mexico, 46.37. 129, that was Paul Finch. 127 also at the top, Robin Dodwell then on 52.77. As away from the start in 2.76 seconds goes Ben Adams with the Audi A3 1800 Turbo Quattro 4-wheel drive. Ben been a huge Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 fan for many years, but now moved across, still the German machinery, but now with the A3 1.8 Quattro, as at the top of the hill we have a time for 126. That's James Wills with the Renault Clio, running as 126 at a time of 47.86. And now joining at the top, Ben Adams with the Audi on 44.81. So all the drivers not quite matching the times that they did earlier the day. Ben, for example, posted a 44.17 on his first time run. Let's see how Stuart Brown fares. Man with great history in speed hill climbing, used to compete with a Mark 1 Escort twin cam with his late father back in the day. Now at the wheel of a 1600cc Ford Fiesta ST. Stuart, retired engineer from South Chard. He's followed at the hill by Lucy Cox at the wheel of the Renault Clio 172 Cup car. So it's a go faster Renault Clio. Time for 123 Giles Madova with the Lotus Elise is 47.15. And John Wells with his Mazda MX-5. John always guaranteed to pedal fast with this machine at 47.52. And Stuart Brown Julia at the top on a 48.37 with the Ford Fiesta Car 121. Steve Rue with the Audi TT next off the line. Lucy Cox meanwhile takes the Renault Clio over the finish line in 50.55 for car 120. So Steve Rue just waiting for the green light. Steve, a company director, lives in Plymouth. Did a bit of service crew work in stage rallying back in the late 70s, but didn't take up competitive driving until 2017. This is the car that Shelley Deacon, who we'll see in a single-seater OMS PR later on, she used to campaign this car. And Steve himself used to also drive an MX-5. So nothing major. Normal induction, exhaust mods, and a stage 1 remap. But away off the line in 2.65 seconds. Wheeling away off the line for Harry Harris from Axminster. Harry was a schoolboy competitor in motocross, stayed with that sport into his adult years, and then he found rallying back in the early 80s with a Mark 1 1300cc Ford Escort. Began hill climbing after that in 2016 with a convertible MX-5, and the car he's driving today built up during the first COVID lockdown. So the time for Steve Rue 119 is 48.32. Down in the 46s. Paul Finch first climb this morning with the Mexico was a 46.12. Off the line in 2.59 seconds goes John White with his Series 3 Audi. John, a retired farmer who's diversified into the self-storage business down in St Austell. Recently competed in a Lotus Elise, but gone back to the Audi. 46.54 for John to improve on, as around Wiscombe goes Martin Prescott with his 1600 Ford Fiesta. Time for Harry Harris, car 118, is 48.11. Van running as 117, that's the silver Audi, clocks 43.43. So Well, that's faster than his first run climb of 43.65, so it puts him to the head of the table in Class A3. In fact, the only driver who's dipped below 44 seconds. So Martin Prescott with the Fiesta completes his climb in 45.38. John White already at the top with his Audi S3 car 115 in 46.57. Last car on the hill, Shane Currell with his 1600 BMW style Mini Cooper S, out of the S's in 25.56, now around Martini and over the finish line in 54.68. So that completes the runners in the first three classes. So we have a full collecting paddock at the top of the hill. So those cars be returned back down before we proceed through to the final road going series production car class, which is class A4 today for cars with engines over 2,600 cc's. As we move towards the racing car divisions, and it's the single-seaters that have been the fastest runners so far today in that first run before lunch, with Philip Montgomery Smith clocking a 36.42 ahead of Andrew Forsyth 36.76 and Ed Hollier on 37.36. So all setting up for a good battle this afternoon. The drivers making the most of the new Tom McAdam here at Wiscombe, which has been laid in the recent weeks, and which certainly appears to be providing lots of grip. And there's talk around the paddock with drivers saying, "Oh, that's my personal best. That's the best I've ever gone here at Wiscombe Park." So that points us in a direction for some fast motoring in the remainder of this, the second of three runs this afternoon. And first man to run, Richard Smith, with his oil burning Torbay turbo diesel Audi A3, way off the line in 3.01, and it is burning oil into the bargain as he goes across the parkland. Simon Neve comes to the line, the avionics systems engineer living in Yeovil. Simon's been competing since 2006, doing a selection of sprints and hill climbs, mostly hill climbs, many class wins and podiums to his name. Taking the four-wheel drive machine away off the line in 2.68 seconds, so a good start as we see Richard Smith complete his climb with the Audi car 113 in 47.12. So away goes Alex Ward. This is the 2-litre Subaru Impreza. Alex took it to the top in 49.45 seconds first time of asking, and now the Alfa Romeo 4C in the hands of Rod Isles. First run climb at 43.12. of the four-wheel drive machines as way across the line. That's class leader Martin Glover, dairy farmer from Broadcliff, Evo 4 RS Mitsubishi. Alex Ward, meanwhile, has the 2-litre Impreza over the finish line, car 107 and 49.42. Composing himself on the start line, Nick Ellis, currently third at the moment with the 2.5-litre Subaru Impreza. Nick, an agricultural contractor by profession, has 10 years experience in the hill climb sport. Car built up by Jack and Nick Ellis, Jack being the son, Nick being the father. So just waiting for the all clear from the timekeepers. Time for Martin Glover, car 105, is a 41.98. So the 41.9 previous time keeps him at the top of the order. And Rodney Isles with the Alfa Romeo stopped the clocks on 43.11. So found 1/100th of a second. Such is the small margins of speed hill climbing. So with Nick Ellis off up the hill, out of the S's in 20.04 with the Impreza. We now have Martin Bragg representing, the sole representative in fact, in road going specialist production cars, 1400 to 1800 cc's. Martin with the GTM. So Martin will be looking to improve on his earlier time of 52.03. Time for Nick Ellis at the top of the hill for 41.31. So Nick still in third place, but courtesy of his earlier climb of 42.28. So Martin Bragg out of the S's in 24.56. Now into the braking zone at Martini and around 50.63. 50.63 for Bristolian Martin Bragg. So Ian Harrison is the man forging his way up the hill now with the TVR Vixen. Retired car collector stroke restorer is Ian from Bude. Has raced then had a four-decade gap away from motor racing, motorsport, returned to hill climbing with a Caterham, and now obviously at the wheel of the TVR Vixen, and with the hood up, way off the line in 2.78 seconds goes Ian Chambers. Ian with the Caterham 7. Currently lying fifth in Class B2, as off the line in 2.6 seconds goes Tris White with his 1700cc machine. Tris in third place in road going specialist production cars Class B2. James Nash, the man who's leading the way with the Caterham Road Sport on 42.57. Now away from the line, ex-competitor from the rally car class with the Ford Escort Mark II, John Simpson, moved across to proper hill climb car, some may say. Westfield SE, 43.10 on his first climb. So let's see what Ian Harrison's time was Second time up, that's P5. Ian Chambers running his car 93, stop the clocks on 43.19. Exeter driver Ian Hodgson with his wide-bodied Westfield car number 92 is in the top paddock on 49.77. And Tris White, who was in third place, car number 90, stops the clocks on 43.11. 91 was Trevor Parsons, and his time 46.71. So John Simpson not got a time yet. Car number 88, James Nash, is a 42.42. No. So shaved a bit of time off that. Stays at the head now. Stephen Hill in second place on 42.73. That was his first climb. Steve's on the hill out of the S is now in 20.24. See if he can improve on that 42.73 and get closer to class leader Nash on 42.42. Hill's around Martini and over the line in 43.59. 43.59. So Nash leads Hill, leads White in class B2. We stay with road going specialist production cars. We go up to the larger capacity division, car engines over 1800 cc's, motorcycle engines over 1125. We have a time for 84, not yet. So we do have on the hill Tim Dodwell. He's now finished his climb on 56.09. So over 2 seconds improvement then for the Sirocco driver. He's followed up by Richard Burnett with the Westfield Aerospace out of the S's in 21.43 as Mike Bell crosses Bunny's Leap with the Reliance Scimitar SS1. Richard Burnett's time, car number 83, is a 43.53, so no improvement for there. Keeps him in third place with the pecking order after the first runs of Ian Englehart, Adrian Lewis and Richard Burnett. Mike Bell then completes his climb with the Reliance in 53.27, 53.27. And out of Wiscombe across the Parkland, we have Anna Larkinen with the Caterham 7 2-litre machine. Steve Osborne meanwhile out of the S's in 22.88 and completes his climb in 46.59. Adrian Clements next to run on the start line with the SEIW Westfield. Marshall's on the hill in the S's doing a bit of tidying up, but car number 80 at the top and Larkinen in a time of 50.65, 50.65, as Adrian Clements is into the S's, having launched in 2.59 seconds with the wide body Westfield. He's got 21.63 to his name as at the S's, as away off the line goes Gary Dawkins with the 3.5 litre Lotus Exige. Gary's competed in MGs, BMWs. I think this might be his third Lotus along the way. Lotus Exige 410, about 410 brake horsepower. Standard road going car. Time for Adrian Clements then, car 79 is 45.69. As we get to the main two fastest protagonists in the class, Adrian Lewis and Ian Engelhart. Lewis away with the Westfield Super Bruiser. As you can hear, going up through the gears, full sequential gearbox. 41.96 for the Salisbury Company Director, Lewis Property Services, to improve on. And now the reigning Tillicoultry Quarries of Wiscombe Park champion to the line with this Westfield SE. 2 litre machine, now with a Vauxhall red top, but not all well with Ian and his machine. He's departed the start line and then stopped. The rear axle has gone over the start line, so no rerun allowed, so that will be a fail for Ian, but he's already got that first run time of 40.90 that keeps him at the head of the pack, depending on what Adrian Lewis can post. And Adrian has had problems as well with a time of 67.49. So the final two runners in Class B having their own issues along the way. Time for Joe Keep at number 76 with the wide-bodied Westford. It's a 43.86. So the local estate agent currently lying in 4th place, sandwiched between the Westfield Aerospace of Richard Burnett and Gary Dawkins in the Lotus Exige. So with Ian Englehart's machine removed from the track, parked up adjacent to the start line. We've got red flags still out on the hill, but they're coming in, being flagged down from the top, and that message will cascade. Marshals using whistles to attract the attention of the next marshal's post, and that's all backed up with radio communications as well, but we should see all the flags come in all the way down. And now at West Corner, yep, in they come, so we know we're all good to go from the track point of view. As we move into Class C2, Modified Series Production cars, here we're looking at engine sizes from 1400 to 1800 cc's. John Tandy the first to run. Builder from Exeter, just had the door open, getting a bit of air through the cabin, but now belted up, door closed, making his way to the start line. John's going to the the centre. Shall we say centre right? That sounds a bit political, doesn't it? But I think it's just a little bit right of centre on the start line. It's got a 47.45 in the book. Takes a midget off the line in 2.65 seconds. And then we move to some of the shared drivers, the double drivers. The first of those coming from Class C3 Modified Series production cars. Hannah Beeling with the Datsun 247, sorry, that she shares with her father Ben Stupley. Big car for Wiscombe Park, through the gate into the S's. Tandy is around Martini and over the line in 46.53. As the Hillman Imp is away off the line, taking us back to Class A1. This is Alex Howells with the Hillman Super Imp. Alex from Leamington. So a better time for John Tandy, improved from 47.45 down to 46.53. Hannah Beeling at the top, then 57A in 52.12 compared to 50.47 from her earlier visit. And then we'll be looking at Alex Howells with the Hillman Super Imp, and away off the line Martin Cox with the Renault Clio 172 Cup car from Class A3. Time for Alex Howells, 148A, is a 56.95, a little shy of his earlier climb of 54.89. He's joined in the top paddock by Simon Howard with the Rover Mini, car 147A, on 48.65. 48.65, so just filling in some of the gaps in those double drivers. So now it's Martin Cox on the hill around Martini with the Renault, and it's a 50.05, 50.05. So he's found 2/100ths of a second on his second visit to the hill. So we've got the recovery crew at work on the start line, and machine going up the top. The course vehicle just to close off that that batch, and then a bit of recovery going on for Ian Inglehart's Westfield.
Sitting on the bench. Scuttle. Probably sitting on the scuttle.
So more lost property been handed in. If everybody would like to check their pockets and their handbags for a mobile phone, complete with a leather cover, found in the vicinity of the Torbay Motor Club gazebo at the bottom of the main paddock area. So this particular one's been handed in at the commentary position just in front of Wiscombe Park. So we've been on the lookout for a bunch of keys. Haven't heard that they've been found as yet, so please keep your eyes peeled. We have a wallet that's at the catering caravan. Hopefully that's been retrieved, and now a mobile phone. So please check all your bits and pieces, so to speak, and make your way to either the catering area, commentary position, or race control if you found the keys. So tow rope on, 5-time Wiscombe champions car, Ian Inglehart's Westfield. Hopefully that can be fettled and we'll see the machine back out in action for a final run this afternoon, and then of course again tomorrow when Wildlife Autosport are at the controls, so to speak. Another day of championship hill climbing here at Wiscombe Park. Very similar format today, championship classes for cars, etc., and we have the motorbikes out as well. What more can you ask for spring at Wiscombe Park? So at the moment, as we look back through the classes, Class A4 road going series production cars, it's Jack Ellis leading the way from his first run climb of 42.29 from Martin Glover, but we have a couple of double drivers yet to take their second runs, so that might all change in due course. Martin Bragg on his own in Class B1 on a time of 50.63 with the GTM. James Nash leading the way, first run and second run in Class B2, road going specialist production cars. Here we're looking at car engines providing propulsion with capacities ranging from 1400 to 1800 cc's, but if power comes from a motorcycle engine, then we're looking at 875 to 1125. So James leading the way ahead of Steve Hill. Nash on 42.42, Hill on 42.73, and then just 0.04 of a second in arrears of Hill is Tris White with his 1700 Westfield 42.77. Class B3, another road going specialist production category, but here larger engine capacities, 1800 cc's and over if donated via a car, and 1125 if the donor was a motorcycle. Ian Engelhart leading there by dint of his first run time of 40.90. Adrian Lewis in second place. Adrian had a mare of a second climb as well, so it's his early run of 41.96 that puts him on the second step of the podium. Richard Burnett in third, again from his first run climb of 42.90. So the course vehicle back down the hill, and cars from modified series production car class, Class C2, out down the way to the start line. Engine sizes here 1400 to 1800 cc's. First man to the line, Andy Stoddart. Newton Abbott driver with the Vauxhall Nova. Andy currently in third place with a first climb of a 47.23, and he's trailing Sean Tuckey and the leader Neil Tuckey with the 1660cc. So Stoddart makes his second bid to move up the order, 2.85 seconds off of the start line, as Tony Lannon prepares for his run. Lannon currently in fifth place with the 16. Steps off the line line in just over 3 seconds around Wiscombe. Now up at Saw Bench. Here Andy Stoddart. Braking now into Martini, quickly through the hairpin, stopping the clocks on 46.37. So an improvement there for the Newton Abbott driver, but not going to improve him position-wise. Gordon Isles now with the Vauxhall Corsa, burning a bit of oil early in proceedings in the practice runs this morning. Retired engineer from Clevedon, out of the S's in 23.55, as Sean Tuckey is on the hill with the Ford car. Sean currently in second place, 45.28, and now it's Neil Tuckey with the Ford Fiesta, the man who leads the class away off the line in 2.87 seconds. We have Gordon Isles making it to the top with the Vauxhall Corsa, car number 67, in 48.80. 68 was Tony Lannon, and he stopped the clocks on 49.50. Tyres squeal as Colin Richardson lights up the front wheels of the Peugeot 205, departing the start line and getting the action underway in modified series production cars 1800 to 2600 cc's class C3. So time for Sean Tuckey, car number 66, is a 45.54. 65 was Neil Tuckey, and he's in the 45s as well, but it's a 45.03. So Neil improves his position at the top of the order. Colin Richardson's time in class C3 with the Peugeot, car number 60, is 47.23. And he's been followed up by the BMW of James Rushford, who stops the clocks on 48.68 compared to 48.12 of his earlier climb. So it's the Nissan Pulsar GTIR in the hands of Darren Stevenson, crossing the parkland about to crest Bunny's Leap, and then he sets it up for the right-hander at the gate. Through the gate into the S's. Leading on up to right-hand hairpin at Saw Bench, safely through there. Finds the apex, stays away from the banks. And the Japanese machine now around Martini and over the finish line in 46.19. Darren Stevenson keeps him in third place as Simon Pollock from Wellington near Taunton departs the start line with the 2-litre turbo Toyota MR2. And with that around Martini, over the line in 49.83 goes Rupert Ryle with his 206 GTI Peugeot. Paul Meadows heads off to Bunny's Leap. Paul's second in class at the moment, trailing Jonathan Williamson with the Porsche 911 Carrera. Williamson on the line as Meadows goes up through the S's. time of 21.90. Up to Saw Bench, neatly through there, no problems. Now it's Castle Straight for the 2 litre Renault Clio. Neat braking for Martini, and over the finish line in 45.05, 45.05, a little shy of his 44.84 earlier effort. Simon Pollock took the Toyota MR2 car 55 to the top in 46.77. That was an improvement for Pollock, and it puts him into 4th place. Class leader Jonathan Williamson then out of the S's in 21.51, and he's a climb of 44.67 to improve on. Goes over the line, and it's a 44.56. So chipping away there. Jonathan Williamson from Taunton in Class C3 with the Porsche Carrera. So he's at the top of the order ahead of Paul Meadows and Darren Stevenson. Now Class C4 modified series production cars over 2,600 cc's. Got Philip Pern with the Stewart over the finish line already in 45.79. He's another driver who's unable to match his earlier climb in 44.39. Peter Eade on the hill, round Saw Bench with the 2 litre Westfield, 21.76 at the S's. Now he's powering up Castle Straight, neatly braking and turning through Martini to clock a 44.57. 44.57. So Peter making an improvement there. Marine engineer from Kingsbridge. Out of Wiscombe, across the parkland goes Stephen Holland with the Caterham, launched in 2.97 seconds. Paul Reynolds out on the hill, the man who leads the class with the Caterham, kart number 48, takes his second time of 40.06. So he's 600th shy of his first climb. As back to Class C3 we go and pick up Ben Stapley with the 3 litre Datsun 240Z. And once we have time, we'll have that sorted out there. And now very quickly around this corner and off the line in 2.21 seconds goes the Mitsubishi Simon Glover. First run time 43.11. Simon took it off the line in 2.21 seconds, and the S's in just under 20. Up to Martini, keeps a wide line around, up to Saw Bench, keeps a wide line around the hairpin. Takes a tighter run at Martini and records a time of 41.95. 41.95 for Simon Glover back in Class A4. That moves him up to 3rd place, just 500th of a second shy of his father Martin. So it's all nip and tuck there in the large capacity road going series production car class. I'll pick up the time for a double driver 104A. That's Jack Ellis still back in Class A4, and Jack's again down into the 42s. This time it's a 42.48. A little shy of the time that has him at the top of the screens, which is a 41.31. But leading the class nonetheless from Martin Glover and Simon Glover. Out of Wiscombe comes Victoria Larkinen with the Caterham, the last to run in Class B3, one of the double drivers, off the line in 3.01 seconds. As preparing to make the start. Car number 43, Kieran Stevens in the Downton Motor Club class. Kieran at the wheel of the Citroen C2 Furio. A time of 58.55 will be his quest on his second visit to the hill. Victoria Larkinen clocks 48.90. So should be happy with that improvement, having had a little moment up at Martini earlier this morning. So that's all going in the right direction. We'll stay with the Downton Motor Club class. And we look at the 1380cc Austin Mini in the hands of Steve Harris. Kieran Stevens at the top with the Citroen car number 43 in 56.41. Taylor safely around Wiss, got it off the line in 3.29 seconds. Kevin, an HGV mechanic from Froome in Somerset, had his first hill climb event last season. Car has a bit of history, owned and raced in previous years by Mini legend Jonathan Buncombe, not to mention today's co-driver Steve Harris. So it's a 1967 Austin Mini Cooper with a 1380cc engine running on split Weber carburetors. It's a 51.98 for car number 41, Steve Harris, 51.98. John Hill on the hill now with his Cooper S, out of the S's in 23.87. Now doing the business around the hairpin of Martini to take a climb of 49.56. So shaving off best part of 3/10 of a second. As around Wiscombe and across the parkland goes Ethan Cobb. Ethan from Wimborne, double glazing fitter. We have Steve Jarrett at the top of the hill with the R53 Mini Cooper S. Steve in his second season of hill climbing, he's put together a climb of 48.32. So Steve in fourth place, courtesy of his first climb of 47.30. So now it's the rapid Austin Mini Clubman on the in the hands of the Sampson team. Actually, it's Nigel Sampson who's at the wheel for this run. Zach Cobb makes his climb, car number 37 in 47.40. Ethan Cobb really at the top of the hill in car number 38 on 47.02. So Stuart Sampson leading Nigel at the moment. Zach and Ethan Cobb in third, fourth place. Steve Jarrett now down to fifth. So Nigel Sampson clear of the S's in 22.55, and now making his way round Martini and stopping the clocks on 46.41 for Nigel Sampson. So no improvement there as we to the MG class. 4 runners there, and it's Keith Richards with the MGPA. Then we have a couple of midgets. We've already got John Febre on the hill going round Martini with his midget in a time of 55.85. Keith Richards now in the mid part of the hill with Steve Luscombe ready to launch his Mod Sport Spec MG midget off the line in 3.1 seconds. And then the man who's leading the class after the first runs, not in an MG but in an Alston Healy Sprite, that's Ben Rolls. His first climb he completed in 45.57, and now that he makes his attempt to improve on that, he's posted a time of 2.62 seconds off of the start line as Luscombe is around Torbay hairpin, out of the bright sun actually shining down on the hairpin into the shade of Castle Straight, and then the dappled light as he rounds Martini and goes over the line in a time of 53.46. This is time card number 204, that's the MGPO, 66.16. Running as 201, stays at the top with a 44.49, so an improved time there. Keeps the Alston Healy Sprite man at the top of the order as we deal with double-driven single-seaters as we move towards the conclusion of the second 3-time runs here at Wiscombe Park. Tony Bonfield out of Wiscombe, then sharing driving duties in the Jedi Mark IV with his son Ben. Tony off the line in 2.40. Second meanwhile Mike Williams with the MWR Storm completes his second climb 41.15 in the car that he designed and built himself. Bonfield is cleanly through the hairpin at Saw Bench and now asking everything of his machine along Castle Straight, neatly around Martini to record 43.65 for the Tauntonian, 43.65 for car 23A. End of July British Championships, not to be missed here at Wiscombe Park. As we move to Sports Libre classes, and first of all the up to 1800cc division. First to run there, Francis Gillett with his Radical Club Sport. So this is Sports Libre up to 1800cc. Francis from Newquay, followed by Paul Davis with his 1100cc Radical off the line in 3.25 seconds, which is compared to the 2.6 of Francis Gillett. Gillett clear of the S's in 21.61 and already over the finish line at the top of the hill to record a 44.01. And now it's the Legend in the hands of David Yeo. It's a circuit racer, space frame chassis, engine, and like not a full size, it's a replica American car of the 30s. The over 1800 Sports Labour division sees Rod Thorne out on the track, launched in 2.3 seconds with the Pilbeam MP43 powered by Rover V8, 5 litre capacities, under 20 seconds at S's 19.43. Meanwhile, David Yo completes his climb in 46.93. 46.93 for David Yo. So it's his son Jan that leads the way on 42.52, with Francis Gillett second up on 44.01. Davis in third on 45.18. So rally cars now. Peugeot is the first away. Michael Phillips currently in second place, trailing Tim Porter with the Darien T90. And then we have the Jeff Taylor with the Suzuki Swift Sport. Jeff looking at his first one, 49.15. But the 205 man is out of the S's in 21.76. A little bit of understeer on the exit of Saul Bench, but kept it off the bank on the outside. Now looking for a late braking, three-wheeled through Martini, and he crosses the line in 44 seconds exactly, so he's found just about a third of a second. Keeps him in second place at the moment as the Ford Escort Mark II in the hands of Martin Tuck is away across the parkland. Martin Dover already climbing the hill with the Honda Civic. And now man who leads the class, Tim Porter with the Darien T90. Company director from Wimborne in Dorset. The car originally built back in 1987 for forestry rallying. So quite heavy there for 900 kilograms when you look at sort of full-time sprint spec. And now into the single-seaters, up to 1100 cc's. Luke Trotman aboard the Force HC. Time for 98 Jeff Taylor, that's a 49.64. Martin Tuck also at the top with his Escort Mark II, car number 97 in 58.59. Last corner goes Richard John Opie with the OMSPR. We have Tim Porter, the class leader in Class D3, over the finish line, and he's down in the 43s again, but this time it's a 43.85. So no improvement for the Wimborne man as Shelley Deacon steps off the line with the 1 litre OMSPR. Shelley from St Denis. Luke Trotman in the top paddock, car number 29 on 41.93, with Ben Wheeler at the start line. Ben back in single seaters for 2023 with this Empire Evo 2. It's a mixture of carbon and space frame tub, carbon floor, wings and side pods, all weighing in about 300 kilograms. Powered by a 1 litre Suzuki L8 engine, which at the moment produces something in the region of 200 brake horsepower. Tom Williams then always relied on for a 10/10 effort off the line in 2.21 seconds in the MWR Storm. Time for car number 28, 43.59. Shelley Deacon running as 27, clocked 43.54. Ben Wheeler at the top, and he's found some time on his second visit now with the Evo. 38.53. 38.53 in Class E1. Brings Ben up to third place at the moment. Meanwhile, Tom Williams stops the clocks on 38.53. That's good enough for fourth place. Ed Hollier still the fastest from the earlier run on 37.36, and he's now out on the hill with the Force HC. So that 37.36 the time to beat for the vehicle body technician from Columpton with this 2004 Force HC, powered by a Honda Fireblade 1000RR engine. And now we go into the 1100 to 1600 racing car class with the Nike Formula Ford of Peter Hannum. But let's pick up the final times in Class E1. Car number 23 was Ben Bonford with the Jedi, down in the 38s, 38.55 into second place, splitting Ed Hollier and Ben Wheeler. Let's see what Hollier's time was. 37.36 on his first visit, 36.83 on his second. So an improved time, but still a little bit shy of the second fastest man overall, Andrew Forsyth. But that 36.83 good enough to keep Hollier at the top of the 1100cc class. But the action now on the hill is with the 1100 to 1600 racing car class, with Steve Snell aboard his 1600cc Ralt RT35. On the line, Andrew Forsyth, second fastest man overall today. The OMS sporting a new set of slick racing tyres. So is there a combination of new tyres and new tarmac that might bring the performance to the Shillingstone driver? Peter Hannum, car number 21, in the top paddock on 45.09. Carol Nichols with the Nike Mark IV. So Forsyth out of the S's in 17.39. And his bid to move up the order on the brakes at Martini and through, powers to the line and clocks a 36.07, 36.07 for Andrew Forsyth, takes him to the top of the order in the overall times race. Steve Snell, car number 19, stopped the clocks on 40.60. So we have a saloon car interloper in amongst the saloon cars. We're picking up the double-driven Austin Mini Clubman from the Downton Motor Club division. So we've got Stuart Sampson out off the line in 2.79 seconds as we resume the battle for the fastest time overall, with Andrew Dinner sitting on the start line with the Hillbeam MP82. 42.53 from his first offering. Launches in 2.39 seconds. Quickly across the parkland, up through the gears, over Bunny's Leap. Now brakes. Turns right, but the red flags are out. Red flag's going to bring Dinner's ascent to a halt as marshals from Martini go off up the track. So the time for Stuart Sampson, car 36A, is a 48.63. So a rerun for Andrew Dinner. Whether he takes that immediately, whether they can turn the car around. And of course vehicles being deployed onto the hill. We will have to see exactly how this pans out, but the motorcycle's preparing to do battle for the second time this afternoon. So there'll be a hold on the course for Philip Montgomery Smith, who currently has now been demoted from the fastest man here at Wiscombe today into the second place by Andrew Forsyth with that second climb of 36.07. And that is round and about Andrew's PB. So whilst the track temperatures stay high and the tyre performance is good, there's a good chance that a lot of the drivers will be able to improve on their personal bests. So one of the main championships being contested here today is the Wiscombe Park Tillicoultry Quarries Series. We've had 2 rounds in 2023 so far, and Julian Rinaldi leading the way at the top of the order with his Ford Fiesta, his 1 litre 3-cylinder turbocharged machine, and he's amassed 27.71 points from those 2 events. In second place, another saloon car, this time the Audi TT of Matt Van, and his total at the moment 26.93, which is just 1/10 of a point ahead of third place man James Nash with the Caterham Road Sport. In fourth place, a man who knows all about winning championships here at Wiscombe Park, actually 5-time winner, Ian Englehart. Bit of a different machine for Ian this year, as we mentioned earlier on, now powered by a Vauxhall red top 2 litre, but very similar in specification to the Cosworth motor that he has used up until now. So Englehart had a little bit of a problem earlier on, but leads the class on at 26.52. And it's worth saying at this point that the drivers accrue points by being as close to the Association of Southwestern Motor Club's class record as they can. Closer they get, more points they achieve. And this championship runs from April through to the end of September. Most of the events here at Wiscombe Park count for the series. So Ed Hollier in 5th place. Ed, the man who's leading the up to 1100 single-seater racing car class at the moment with the Force HC, and Ed has a total of 26.52 points ahead of Sports Libre man Rod Thorne. So you're going from 1 litre lightweight single-seater to the massive 5 litre V8 Rover powered Pilbeam MP43 Sports Racer, and Rod's total to 26.35. And then we swap away to something completely different. In 7th place, the Darien T90 2 litre Vauxhall powered machine in the hands of Tim Porter. Tim's just 4/10 of a point behind Rod Thorne on 26.31. Jonathan Wright, previous champion with Golf GTI, he's in 8th place, 25.98. Jeff Blake, not in action today, but will be tomorrow, I believe. Wide-bodied Westfield in 9th on 25.64. And Paul Reynolds, man who's currently leading his class here today. The modified series production car class C4 with the Caterham 7 is in 10th place at the moment on 25.32. So a little bit of work being carried out on the hill while we have this pause. Marshall's taking advantage to do some brushing and some cleaning, tidying up. So work carrying on. Driver, I think we've had a bit of an off-course excursion. Driver out, and presumably that's the Alston clubman driver, mini clubman driver Stuart Sampson, but been seen out of the car. Thumbs up, looking good. So that's the best news we can have. So just a little bit of tidying up and clearing up to be achieved on the hill. This is a 250cc machine, 46.47 from his first climb. Just keeps looking at the start light, see if it's going to change from red to green and allow him to make his start. Just waiting for the final red flags to come in, and then we'll be good to go. A little bit of sweeping, etc. Detailed tidying up still going on, no doubt. Flags in at the gate. We're getting ready to go. Back to action here at Wiscombe Park. 2, 3 Wheel Motorsport from the National Hillclimb Association, solos and sidecars. Patrick Evans really now considering his second run, visualising it, getting ready to give his all. Green lights on, KTM man is away, 2.62 seconds, running on his own in the up to 250 class. And as we've just said, 46.47 for him to improve on. But then on the start line, Doug Parnell with the Ducati 350cc machine. Now long-timer shaker and mover in the National Hillclimb Association. His start time of 3.24, but but meanwhile Evans is out of the S's in 22.18. And now it's Martini and over the finish line in 46.42. So we got that improvement by just 0.05 of a second. As across the parkland goes Andy Rayner with the Yamaha YZ. On the brakes through the gate. Meanwhile, at the top, it's Doug Parnell over the finish line in 51.06. So that's another stage improvement on his second visit to the hill, with Anthony Isaac now cresting Bunny's Leap on the 350cc Velocette. Andy Rayner with the Yamaha YZ 316 out of the S's at 28.19. Safely ranked Martini in 56.6. Mike Tilley, the last to run in the class with the Honda CR. 47.76 for Tilley to improve on. Anthony Isaac, meanwhile, completes his climb. With the Velocette, bike 365 in a time of 63.12. So he's found 7/10 of a second as we move to the 351 500cc class. And the man on the hill, running as number 7, Callum Short with the 450 KTM. He's followed up the hill by a Honda CRF in the hands of Richard Bowker. So Short, 7th in last year's National Hillclimb Association National Championship, as is seen by his competition number, as with the cars and the motorcycles in his country in the British Championship. Their finishing position gives them that running number for the following year. So in due course we'll see last year's champion Paul Jeffrey in the 501 750 class running as number 1, of course. So time for Mike Tilley, 56.79. That's the best time out of that class today, the 251 350 class. Callum Short then, no improvement there, still in the 45s. Second visit netted him a 45.95. His earlier climb at 45.29. 553, Richard Peaty with the Husqvarna away through Wiscombe. Off the line in 2.67 seconds. Richard Bowker, meanwhile, completes his climb 511 on the Honda CRF in a time of 47.23. Curry Vernon, also at the top with the TM at 525 on 50.08. So Reg Davis also joins them in the top paddock, the KTM rider, clocking a time of 53.00. That's bike 551, time of 53.00. Next to run then 587, Stephen Butler with the Suzuki RMZ. Stephen finds his line through Wiscombe. Left the line in 2.89 seconds with a 47.03 to improve on. 561 Peter Isaac out of the S's in 27.83, now making his approach to Martini and completes his second climb in 58.50. So nibbling away, he's found 600th of a second as winding the power on across the parkland goes Keith Haynes from Weymouth, mounted on his 450cc Aprilia SXV. Keith's first climb netted him a 45.45. Stephen Butler over the finish line in 47.03. So exactly the same time as on his first ascent. Keith Haynes then pushing on, and he's around Martini and over the finish line in 44.69. So an improvement there for 590 to a time of 44.69. And away off the line, Paul Jeffrey, reigning British champion of the National Hillclimb Association with his KTM SMR. Paul's version sports a 638cc engine. Tom Short, man on the line at the moment, similar bike but a 654 displacement. And then we'll see Guy Ursel running as number 5, another KTM SMR, but this time with a diminutive 613cc power plant. So off the line in 2.45 seconds for Tom Short. Time for Trevor Stacey back in the 500 class, the 350 to 500 class. That's bike 592 in 54.19. Paul Jeffrey then closes down his second climb of the day with a time of 41.90. We could be looking at that as the fastest motorcycle climb of the day so far. The first rider below 42 seconds. Tom Short might have a riposte for that, number 4. He's over the finish line. It's another 41-second climb. I think it's a 41.44, so he goes fastest. Denies Paul Jeffrey of that accolade. 41.44 for Short, 41.90 for Jeffrey. Way over on the right side of the start line is Pete Short, ready to go with a 637cc KTM. Got the green light, waste no more time. Away in 2.44 seconds out of Wiscombe. Watches, make sure he doesn't get any air under the front wheel over Bunny's Leap. On his way into the gate now. Some of these riders achieve such incredible angles of lean on the approach to the gate, and they stay on board. Now he's up through the S's. No time to look at the bluebells. Into Saw Bench. Let's see what time Tom Short was at the top of the hill. 44.14. That's the time to beat. Guy Ursel then, number 5 at the top in 43.44. Bike number 5, time of 43.44. Peter Short completes his run. That's number 6, 44.18 with the KTM. As around Wiscombe goes Keith Hunt, 740cc Triumph Bandit. Keith looking to improve on his first effort of 52.74. So Mark Short over the finish line in 44.96. So just over 0.3 of a second off of his earlier pace. Now it's off across the parkland for Chris Keats with the KTM. Chris from Wellington near Taunton. Keith Hunt now braking at Martini. Takes a wide line out with a time of 52.94. So 0.2 of a second slower than his earlier time. As off to Bunny's Leap goes Mark Stafford with the KTM. .660cc machine. 3.38 off the start line for Josh Williams. Josh looking to improve on his first offering of 58.38. Chris Keats over the finish line at 7:44 in a time of 44.97. So Chris making improvement, 45.03 down to 44.97. As 2.86 off the start line is James Gray with the 650cc Husaberg. Around Saw Bench goes Josh Williams then, 28.02 out of the S's for the Suzuki man. Got his eye in and a close line through Martini to score a time of 56.88. A little shy of his earlier offering of 51.92. Man to watch now on the hill, Tommy Hodges, all the sevens, 777 out of the S's in 20.59 with the Team GV KTM. 42.42 for the Taunton rider on his first climb today. And he's at the top now, 42.62, so he's 0.2 of a second shy of his earlier time. James Gray stops the clocks on his second effort on 54.72, so no improvements there. Cadan Harris, bike 798, finishes his second climb on 51.05. So now it's the 750 plus capacity division. Stu Mills leading the way there with the KTM, first out on the track, 21.41 on his first climb. Alan Jolly seems to be the fastest there, bike number 10. He's now out of the S's at the moment on 21.41. His first climb was a 44.51. He's over the finish line and across into the paddock in 44.97, 44.97, so just a little shy. Stu Mills, bike number 9, was a 46.22. So again, not quite on that earlier pace of 46.13. Matthew Moggeridge prepares to unleash the Suzuki TL 1000S away off the line, gets the weight distribution right, keeps the front wheel on the tarmac, which proves successful with a launch time of 2.76 seconds. Simon Wilson's time at the top of the hill, that's number 803, is a 48.88. So we're running through quite a number of riders who are unable to match their earlier times at the moment. Let's see how Gareth Plunkett does with the Suzuki 814. He takes a time of 52.68, which is over 0.6 of a second slower than his earlier climb. 828 off the line, Len Vincent with the KTM Duke. Len's got a 45.80 target. Matthew Moggeridge had a 45.13 and he achieved 45.18, so 0.05 of a second off the pace there. David Norris also in the top paddock. Now he's one to improve with a better time of 46.13. David Norris, bike 826, time of 46.13. So Len Vincent pushing on, 22.15 out of the S's. He's now climbing around Martini and over the finish line in 45.41. So Now we're moving into some improved times. She's got the Honda VTR 966 cc's and a time of 58.29 to improve on. She was 27.05 at the S's on this big machine. Time for Alison is 57.83, so an improvement there, down from 58.29. Peter Ford pushing on with the supercharged Suzuki, claims a time of 47.95. So two quite consistent times there, 47.67, 47.95 for the Ilminster rider. Mark Williams then out of the S's in 22.76 aboard the Honda VTR. Smoothly yet rapidly through Martini on 47.12, just 0.03 of a second off of his earlier pace. So the last solo of these second runs is on the start line. That will be Hannes Tanzer with the Harley Davidson. Big machine, 883 cc's. He was preceded up the hill by David Peat with the KTM. And David completes in 45.80. So he's found the best part of 0.8 of a second. So there is improvements to be had out there as we go to the sidecar class. First to run, Simon and Jane Foster with a high revving 600cc Honda Formula 2. Jane doing the acrobatics as the passenger, making sure the weight is in the right place, both for safety and for traction. Time for 876 Hannes Tanzer is 50.97, 50.97. So Alan Jolly still doing the business in the 750 class as Kevin and Sarah Jewell release the Windle Kawasaki around Wiscombe, stepped off the line in 2.92 seconds, a 10th down on the Honda Formula 2, which is now in the top paddock, having posted a time of 45.78. So Simon and Jane Foster not making an improvement there on the second visit to the hill. Now up through the S's, top part of the S's, nice and smooth, through the left hand kink into Saw Bench. And now Sarah gets down into the aerodynamic tuck to minimise the resistance after it had been off the road for 7 years. And when Neil's not competing on hill climbing, he plays flat green bowls, both indoors and outdoors, at which he's a qualified bowls umpire. So now the unusual Daihatsu Copen in the hands of Simon Dodwell. Simon looking to improve on the 53.8. In this class, which is currently led by Julian Rinaldi with the Ford Fiesta, the man who before today's meeting was heading the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Championship. So Julian doing things right at the moment, all going in the right direction for the Lyme Regis man, and we'll see if he can improve on his class leading time of 46.38 in due course. But Dodwell's way off the line, and with that Neil Nation completes his climb in 61.60, so that's his best of the day. as Stephen Loveridge prepares for his final run, the IT manager. He's taken a class win at the Clay Pigeon Sprint back in March. It's been out in the Castle Combe Dick Mayo Sprint and the Mutley Mayhem event. So this Fiesta has an EcoBoost engine with a stage 1 modification. A bit of remapping has been going on. Stage 2 intercooler and a sports exhaust. So Stephen, who comes from Bridgewater, tells us this is his 5th season in motorsport and that he also brews his own beer. So I expect he has a few friends around there in Bridgewater who go and sample his little tipple there. So Simon Dodwell at the top with the Daihatsu on his final climb of the day of 53.56, chipping away at those times. Stephen Loveridge then breaks under 50 seconds as he has done previously, but not quite as rapid as his second time run. This effort was a 49.61, some 7/100ths of a second off of his best. So the Hillman Imp waiting for the green light in the hands of Jenny Howells. Jenny from Leamington. Daytime job involves a technical role in the yacht racing industry. Took part in her first hill climb event here at Wiscombe Park back in 2012. Car was bought the year previous to that as a standard road car on eBay, and since then Jenny and Alex have upped the specification, changed the engine to the 1020cc unit that it now uses, and improved the power output to the region of 114 brake horsepower. So time for Chris Bryant 149 is a 50.46. So Chris will rely on his best of 48.85. Currently has him in 3rd place in Class A1, with Simon Howard and Julian Rinaldi occupying 2nd and 1st. So it's way off the line for Jenny Howells. Competed with this machine from Cornwall to Scotland. Off the line in 3.14 seconds. Daniel Howard now comes to the line. See if he can get up on the leaderboard. Simon currently in 2nd place with his car on 48.65. As the rapid Peter Stiles with the Suzuki Swift waits on the line. Down in 4th place at the moment for the Taunton driver. Retired civil servant. Car's been in his ownership for 12 years. We've seen Jeff Taylor in the rally car class. Well, Jeff used to use this particular car. A modified road going vehicle dating back to 1992. Now sports a 1370cc engine rather than the standard 1298 unit. Lots of little improvements to enhance the performance. As around West Corner goes the man who leads Class A1, Julian Rinaldi, off the line in. So a little bit slower than Peter Stiles off the line. Stiles is in the S at 23.85, but now Rinaldi is forging ahead on 22.13. So time for Jenny Howells, car 148 is 56.50. So her best will be 55.94. Daniel Howard also at the top, 49.12. That's his best of the day. Puts him into 5th place now. He's on the leaderboard. Peter Stiles then was in 3rd, dropped to 4th with the Suzuki. At the top now in 49.05. But his first climb was a 48.90. So that keeps him in 4th place. And Julian Rinaldi, is there an improvement there? There certainly is. He finishes the day on a high with a 45.75 to take the honours in Class A1. James Hudson away up the hill with the Golf. Currently in 2nd place. In Class A2, training Jonathan Langmead. Jonathan at the top on 43.6. James second on 44.96. So Hudson over the line, 45.01 with the 1781cc machine. So no improvement there. 44.96. His first climb will be his best. Charles White, 24.69 out of the S's with the Lotus, and he completes the climb in 52.32. His best of the day, as preparing to depart the start line. We have Stephen Hepworth with the Mark 1 Ford Cortina. And Stephen from Axmouth. This car, originally a Mark 1 Ford Cortina GT, but now boasts a Lotus twin cam engine, which drives through a Ford 2000E gearbox. .140. Ian Peacock is a 50.54. So Ian's best from his first run, 49.95. And 135 Michael Sutton with the Toyota over the finish line in 49.62. So the man who's in 3rd place at the moment will stay there, courtesy of his first and best climb of 47.81. As Chris Wells takes the Mazda MX-5 up towards Bunny's Leap. On the start line, and away off the line goes the MGB in 3.42 seconds. Roger Hodgson rather than the TF 160, but in the MGB. Now Roger's looking to improve on his first climb of 59.02, so is there a 58-second climb in there for the Newton Abbott rider? As Sam Pearson rounds Wiscombe with the Ford Puma. Sam, a hairdresser from Sidmouth, car new to him this season. Car previously built and compete at Gerston Down. The Ford Puma 1.7 litre, coilover suspension improvements, exhaust system improvements, 4-branch manifold, stainless steel and a fiberglass bonnet. Sam started with a 1.3 litre Ford car, now moved on to the 1700 Puma. Time for Roger Hodgson with the MGB is a 59.43, so 59.02 will be his best. 133 was Sam Pearson then with the Puma, a 53.22. He's already seen the 52s, and Jonathan Langmead, man who leads the class, puts together an improved time to finish the day on 43.42 to take the class ahead of James Hudson and Michael Sutton. So Paul Finch with the Escort Mexio prepares to take his final climb. We have Debbie Blake over the finish line with the John Cooper Works BMW Mini in 47.44 for the Weymouth driver. 47.44. Rodney Isles leading the way in Class A3 at the moment with the Alfa Romeo 4C. Paul Finch, man on the start line at the moment, currently 5th with the Mark 1 Ford Escort Mexico. Got the green light, pulls away with a time of 46.12 to improve on. That's his best so far, as Robin Dodwell comes down to the line with his 2 litre MR2. Through the gate into the S's, where he clocks a time of 22.33, and Dodwell moves off the line in 3.66 seconds. Very sideways moment for Finch as he applies the power and gets out onto Castle Straight. Now leaving his braking, and through Martin. Again, bit of opposite lock on the way over the finish line, 46.37. So that's identical to his second climb, but his first, a 46.12, at the moment keeps him in 5th place. James Wills then off the line with the Renault Clio 197 Cup car. James been in and around hill climbing for many years. Reckons he grew up in the Wiscombe paddock, helping Joe and Roger Hodgson and Tony Wiltshire run their cars. Then spent 10 years as a gopher for Paul Haynes with his gold GR59 in the British Hill Climb Championship. He's also done a lot of presenting of coverage of British Hill Climb Championships on Motor TV back in 2009. And he edited speedhillclimb.com website for 5 years from 2010. So a man who knows the inside and outs of speed hill climbing, and that now is showing us his virtuoso performance at the wheel. Car 126 over the finish line in 47.87. Just 100th of time, but it's his first of 47.27 that he'll be counting. Time for Paul Much with the MGB 131 is 56.38. Waiting on the start line for the all clear. Stuart Brown with the Fiesta ST 1600cc machine. Stuart been hill climbing and sprinting since 1970. He's competed in 3 different saloon cars across the years, and also got a little venture with 3 different single-seaters. Now in his 53rd to the Fiesta SC, so as he can keep his hand in, do a bit of hill climbing and enjoy the camaraderie. So it's basically a standard car, but mildly tuned, uprated suspension and tyres. So Stuart be looking to improve on the 48.37, and he's been unsuccessful in that venture. 49.29. John Wells with the Mazda MX-5 car 122. Stop the clocks on 47.71. Giles Madover with the Lotus Elise car 123 was on a 47.69. 47.69. Ben Adams car 124 recorded 43.51, which was Ben's best time, keeps him in 3rd place despite the improvement, as Harry Harris tackles Wiscombe with the Mazda MX-5 that he built up during the first COVID lockdown. It's 2006 1800 Mark III Mazda MX-5, and Harry's fitted it out with full roll cage, bucket seats, lowered the suspension, coil over suspension, different diff settings to get the most out of the car. 1800 standard engine with a BBR turbo conversion. That gives about 270 brake horsepower. So 118 at the top of the hill then. That was Harry Harris with the Mazda MX-5. Steve Rue with the Audi TT clocked 48.47. 48.47. And Lucy Cox with the Renault Clio 120 was on a 50.18. 50.18. Across the parkland goes Martin Prescott, Ford Fiesta, 1596 cc's, 45.38 Martin to improve on. As waiting for the green light, ready to go, Shane Currell with his Mini Cooper S. Shane opened his account this morning on 53.3 and posted a 54.68. So now on his last and final run of the day, be anxious to see if he can get something to improve on that initial time. At the top of the hill, Martin Prescott completes his day's sport with the Fiesta on 45.57. .28, 26.37 now. The S is now over the finish line in 53.55 for Shane Carroll. 53.55. So the improvement unfortunately didn't come. 53.30 will be his best time, and Rodney Isles takes the class ahead of Matt Van and Ben Adams. Got the green light, so can make the start in his own time. Model of consistency is Richard, 47.09 on his first climb this morning. 47.12 earlier this afternoon. He launched the turbo diesel machine off the line in 3.09 seconds. Now on the brakes through the right hander at the gate into the S's. Clips the apex on the first left hander. Then working feverishly away at the steering wheel to the long right that leads to the left kink on the way up to saw bench hairpin. Oh, he dives for an early apex there and gets perilously close to the bank on the exit, but applies a bit more lock and stays away from harm as he does final hairpin at Martini and completes his climb in 51.34. So his best will be his first climb, 47.09. Across the parkland goes Alex Ward with his 2-litre Subaru Impreza. And now from Class A3, the leader from Class A3 in fact, Rodney Isles, previous Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park champion, with a striking Alfa Romeo 4C, 1750cc turbocharged engine, and he works it away off the line in 2.63 seconds. Originally Rodney was going to drive a Honda S2000, hence being placed in Class A4, but a few changes there. Alex Ward then with the Impreza car 107, clocks 50.26, which leaves his best at 49.42. Simon Neve finishes with a 45.19, with his first climb being as fast as a 44.1. Waiting on the line then, Nick Ellis with the 2.5 litre Subaru Impreza. Nick down in 4th place. It's been competing for 10 or 11 years now. At the top, Martin Glover takes a climb, car 105 in 41.79. So that's Martin's best of the day, as Ellis is away off the line in 2.34 seconds. So Martin's up to 2nd place with that 41.79. Opened up the gap to Simon up tad there, but of course Simon will have a chance to make his reply to that a little later. Out of the S's then comes Nick Ellis on 19.77, as Martin Bragg is away off the start line with the GTM in road going specialist production cars Class B1. But around Wiscombe goes Martini goes Ellis, car 104 in a time of 40.87. That's his best climb of the day, 40.87. So that's going to move Nick well up the order. 40.87 will put him into the lead of Class A4 on the final run. So a peach of a climb there for the agricultural contractor from Kingsbridge. So Martin Bragg's time in Class B1, car number 95, 51.28. So 50.63 will be the GTM pilot's best of the day. So in fact the 40.87 was that of Jack Ellis, running as 104. So Jack Ellis now in the lead, ahead of Martin Glover and Simon Glover. At the top, number 94 Ian Harrison from Class B2 road going specialist cars, production cars, with the TVR Vixen. 94 clocks a time of 50.10, so 49.35 will be Ian's best. As away across the parkland goes number 90, that's the rapid 1700 Westfield in the hands of Tris White, currently in third place in Class B2. Up to Bunny's Leap, we now have 89 John Simpson, Rally class man turned Westfield driver. Time for number 91, that's Trevor Parsons, it's a 47.18. 90 was Tris White, of course. Currently lying in third place, and a 43.48 doesn't assist his plight because he's already got the best of 42.77. 89, and John Simpson stops the clocks on 43.57. 43.57. Back to Ian Hodgson, cart number 92, with a time of 48.88. Trevor Parsons, car number 91, clocked 47.18. We have a man leading the way in Class B2, James Nash, making his final effort of the day. It's a 42.39, so he's saved the best to last. 42.57, improved that to 42.42, and now 42.39 at the top of Class B2. And completing the runners in that division, Steve Hill with the Lotus 7 on 41.77. That's definitely his best of the day, and actually could still for the class lead and the win. 41.77. Last ditch effort there from Steve Hill does the business. So onwards to road going specialist production cars, Class B3. Tim Dodwell first to run. He's over the finish line with the VW Sirocco in a time of 55.18. That's his best of the day with this 1781cc turbocharged machine. Richard Burnett, third in the class at the moment, completes his day's sport on 44.07 with the Westfield Aerospace. His best was a 42.9, and that's what has him in third place at the moment. Mike Bell running as number 82. On the brakes and around Martini to score a time of 54.97. So 53.27 was his best. As up towards Bunny's Leap goes Anna Lokkonen with the Caterham 7 on a quest to improve on her best so far. A second climb of 50.67 in this 2-litre Caterham as the tyres protest on the back axle of Adrian Clement's wide-bodied Westfield as he feeds in the power and launches in a time of 2.6 seconds. Steve Osborne with the Westfield 2 litre at the top of the hill, number 81 in 46.70. 45.76 will be his best as Gary Dawkins makes his final climb of the afternoon with the glorious sounding 3.5 litre Lotus Exige. Gary looking to move up the order, 5th at the moment on 44.13. As Joe Keep takes the wide body Westfield up towards the gate. Joe been competing with this car since last year. Built up originally in 2011, not by Joe. Runs with a 2 litre Z-Tech engine, which produces in the order of 185 brake horsepower. Now the Westfield Super Busa in the hands of Salisbury's Adrian Lewis. Adrian in second place at the moment on a best of 41.96. Then he had a problematic second run, so we're looking to see if he can put together a cracker at the end of the day. The time for Anna Lakinen, car number 80, 49.879, 44.32. Gary Dawkins with the Exige down into the 43s for the first time today, 43.97. Doesn't improve his position, unfortunately, for Gary. 76, Joe Keep, is a 44.13. So it looks like he's going to finish the day in 4th place on 43.64. Adrian Lewison, 75. Might be the reason that we have some red flags holding Ian Engelhardt on the start line. I can see flags but can't see any. Westfield, but a fail for car 75. So Adrian's best time will be a 41.96. So marshals returning to their post up at the gate. And it looks like we have a car returning down the hill. Yep. Could be Adrian Lewis practicing his reversing skills, which when you've got a car with no wing mirrors and you're strapped in and wearing a hands device can be and Marshall's going to give him a helping hand. So Adrian's best 41.96 puts him in second place. Ian Engelhardt had a fail on his second attempt. but he leads the class with his initial run of 40.90. So you could say business done, class is his. But as a 5-time Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship, you think of it a little bit differently. Can he make an improvement on his time? Can he score more championship points? Might make all the difference come September. So Ian swapping the Cosworth motor for a Vauxhall red top this year. And those who follow Formula One may well have picked up on the fact that it's not a coincidence that the colour scheme of Ian's car is very similar to a Mercedes Formula One car. So Adrian safely parked up at Wiscombe. Flags are all in, and Ian can make a bid to improve on his class leading time of 40.9 seconds in this car that was originally driven by Peter Herbert. Let's see, how did Ian do off the line? 2.99 seconds. As we move to modified series production cars, John Tandy moves up onto the start line. And Engelhardt now through the S's in 20.45. Now he's made sore bench, stays away from the curbs and the banks as Tandy rounds Wiscombe and goes up to Bunny's Leap. Engelhardt's over the line. Did he get that improvement? Unfortunately not. 41.84. So the champion takes the class on his first climb of 40.90 from Adrian Lewis and Richard Burnett. Picking up some of the double drivers now. We're looking at Hannah Beeling with the Datsun 240 from class C3. First of all, we have time for John Tandy in modified series production cars with the MG Midget. It's a 45.94, so that's John's best of the day. But he's chasing down class leading time of 45.03, that of Neil Tuckey. So it's the Hillman Super Imp now making its final run of the day in the hands of Alex Howells. As the Mini blast away off the line in 3.13 seconds in the hands of Simon Howard as we fill in the gaps in the times class A1, and then we'll walk it down to class A3 where we have Martin Cox away off the line in 3.12 seconds with the Renault Clio 172. Martin on a best so far of 50.05. managing director of a fishing company from Exeter. 160 brake horsepower is the output. Also enjoys mountaineering and golf. Double driving today with his daughter Lucy. Lucy is a zookeeper by occupations, but Martin's time 120A 50.55, so his best climb of the day is a 50.05. Time for 147A, Simon Howard with the Rover Mini is a 48.82. And Alex Howells with the Hillman Super Imp 148A, 57.15. So his best to be a 54.89. So a bit of recovery to be achieved at Wiscombe for Adrian Lewis and the Westfield Super Booster. And whilst they're doing that, the cars will be returned from the collecting paddock at the top of the hill, and we will move forward with modified series production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's on the return of action to the hill. But we'll just go back to class A4 and confirm the outcome there. Just do a round up there. Jack Ellis doing the business. Jack's best climb of 40.87. To take the win ahead of Martin Glover with the Evo 4 RS. Martin clocking a 41.79. And we'll see if Simon can improve his time in due course. I think he's got another run, but he's on 41.95 at the moment. Martin Bragg doing a best climb of 50.63 with GTM in class B1. And in B2, the best time is in the 41s. That's Steve Hill on that final run of 41.77. Then we drop back into the 42s to pick up James Nash on a 42.39. And third, another in the 42s, Tris White on 42.77. Class B3 was next to run. That catered for road-going specialist production cars, 1800cc engines, or 1125 if the donor machine was a motorcycle. So Ian Englehart does the business there from that first run climb of 40.90. Adrian Lewis also experiencing problems throughout the day, but took second with again a first run climb of 41.96. Richard Burnett on 42.90, also the same thing, first climb, set the best time. So with the course vehicles parking up, it's time for Andy Stoddart to come to the line with the Vauxhall Nova. We do battle in modified series production cars 1400 to 1800 cc's. Experienced hill climber who's competed in single seaters and saloons. Occupies third place in Class C2 at the moment, on a best climb of 46.37. Class course led by the Tuckies, Neil leading the way with the Fiesta on 45.03, and Sean Tuckey in second on a best of 45.28. So Stoddard makes his bid to move up the order with his 1600 Vauxhall Nova. Took it off the line in 2.89 seconds. As Tony Lannon brings his Citroen Saxo to the line and is away in 3.17 seconds. We have Stoddard around Saw Bench, neat and tidy on the parallel on Castle Straight, choosing his braking point and turning in. Now it's a blast of power over the finish line to a time of 46.64. So 46.37 from his second climb will be his best, as Gordon Isles makes a bid to move up the order with the Vauxhall Corsa. Overcome problems during practice this morning. He's got a time of 48.80 on the board. Tony Lannon, car number 68, over the finish line with the Citroen in 50.37. So his best is a 48.56 from his first climb. So Gordon Isles pushing on with the Vauxhall over the finish line now in 47.09, so he's found some time there. His best climb of the day leaves him a little bit short of the leading three, as the class leader Neil Tuckey is away up the hill in his 1660cc Ford Fiesta. Neil from Bridgewater, plant fitter by occupation. This car self-built by Neil back in 2020 during the first lockdown. So Sean Lockie, number 66, in second place at the moment, posts a time of 45.63. So 45.28 will be his best. So no improvement there, as Neil Tuckey completes his day's sport, car number 65, on a time of 45.20. So he will take the win on that second climb of 45.03. Now it's the BMW E30 on the hill in the hands of James Rushworth. And Class C3 modified series production cars. Capacity range from 1800 to 2600 cc's. And now we have third place man in the class, Darren Stevenson, with the Nissan Pulsar. Darren's best 46.18, so the extra driver looking to see if he can move up the order, but to do that he's got to close down a gap to 44.84 on second place man Paul Meadows. So Rupert Ryle now around Wiscombe with his Peugeot 206 GTI. Rupert looking to improve on his best of 49.63. So let's look at the times in Class C3 on this, the final climb here. Colin Richardson, car number 60 with Peugeot 205, sets a time of 48.45. BMW man James Rushworth stops the clocks on 48.74. his best at 48.12. Darren Stevenson gets his final climb in the 45s. It's a 45.69, and that keeps him in third place. As Paul Meadows, the second place man, makes a bid for glory. He's got to find about 3/10 of a second on Jonathan Williamson. So it's Renault Clio 2 litre against Porsche Carrera. Meadows off the line in 2.9 seconds and around and out of the S's in 21.53. The experienced Williamson blasts off the line in 2.29 seconds. So he took 6/10 away from Meadows just on the blast from the start line to the timing, intermediate timing beam. And let's see, car 56 was Rupert Ryle on 49.09. Simon Pollock with the Toyota running car 55. Stops the clocks at 48.41. Now see, as Paul Meadows made that improvement. Car 54 on 44.57. He has indeed. That's his best of the day. But it's not going to snatch the win away from Jonathan Williamson, who completes his day's sport on a climb of 44.97, but wins the class with a 45.56 effort. Philip Pern quickly up the hill with the Stuart Taylor R1 in modified series production cars. Philip stopping the clocks on 44.68, and his best from his first climb 44.39. Now the man who leads the way in the class, Paul Reynolds, his best 40 seconds exactly. His next best time 40.06, and he's away up the hill and out of the S's in 19.7. Rounds Wiscombe a tad of opposite lock as he applies the power and goes on up Castle Straight, searching for his breaking point for Martini. Quickly through there, brushes the curb and over the line in 40.31. So Paul Reynolds takes the class with the best climb of 40 seconds. Peter Reid, car number 49, clocked 43.71 from his final climb. That was his best of the day as well. So we have Stephen Holland on the hill with his 1670cc Westfield. Stephen in second place at the moment, 41.65, and he does his final climb in 46.02. So 41.65 gives him second place. We have on Ben Stapley in Class C3 with the Datsun 240Z. Ben's final climb is a 47.43. And now we're dealing with some of the double drivers, filling in some of the gaps. We go back to Class B3 and pick up Victoria to improve on a second climb of 48.90 with this 2 litre Caterham 7. She was a 3.05 off the line. And now some of the final runners in Class A4, the double drivers. 104A should be Jack Ellis. top, that was Simon Glover. He's found an improvement, 41.59 with the Mitsubishi. Moves him up the order. So still Glover second and third, but now Simon in second place, Martin in third. Time for number 88, Victoria Larkinen, is a 56.98, so her best will be a 48.90. And then we'll jump back to car 104A and red flagged. So we might be expecting that car straight back down the hill as we're making space on the start line. The hill under red flags. Now coming in, being withdrawn from the hairpin at Saw Bench. You'll hear the whistles blow and the flags were drawn, and that will cascade all the way down through the S's to the gate, to Bunny's Leap, to Wiscombe, to the start line. And sure enough, there they go. So we're now going to tune in to the Downton Motor Club Speed Series class. First to run there, Kieran Stevens with the Citroen. Stuart Sampson leading the way on 45.68. with the Austin Mini Clubman. But Kieran will be looking to see if he can improve on his best time so far today. It's a 56.41. He started the first official run on 58.55. On this, his final climb of the afternoon, he's departed the start in 3.36. So into the shade of the S's, where his time is 27.16. And quickly up to Martini. Saw Bench, tight line through Saw Bench. Castle Straight leading into Martini. Neat and tidy, yields a time of 55.80. So times all going in the right direction for Kieran Stevens with the C2 Furio. Steve Harris next away, took it off the line in 3.19 seconds with a 1380cc Mini that he shares with Kevin Taylor. Originally a 1967 Austin Mini Cooper, 1380 cc's, but now we've got the more modern contemporary iteration of the Mini from BMW. And coming up to the gate, John Hill with car number 40. But meanwhile we have Steve Harris in the top paddock, car number 41 on 51.62. Steve's best of the day. John Hill then out of the S's in 23.61 and now powering up Castle Straight. Lunges around Martini and over the finish line in 48.96. So a good positive finish and a best climb for John on his final visit to the hill. Off the line in 3.26 seconds for Ethan Cobb. Ethan, a double glazing fitter from Wimborne, with his R53 supercharged Mini manufactured in 2006. Ethan started hill climbing back in 2019 when his brother Zach bought a cheap 206 GTI and asked Ethan if he'd like to double drive. They then got into hill climbing after growing up and watching their grandfather Bernard Cowley and their uncle Dan Cowley campaign an Austin 7 special. So it runs in the family. Car 39, 47.74 Stephen Jarrett. 47.30 is his best, and that gives him at the moment 5th in the Downton Motor Club class. As Zach Cobb prepares for his run. Time for Ethan was 47.33. 47.02 is Ethan's best of the day. So Zach in another R53. Used to have a yellow Mini until he totaled it when he rolled just after the gate. So the black car was purchased and fixed up to complete last season. Very much standard, but a few bits of improvements and goodies have been added along the way. Quaife limited slip differential, smaller supercharger pin, very important for these machines, as a lot of people list that in their notifications. The MG Midget, number 205 is John February from the MG Car Club. So Zach Cobb, number 37 out of the S's in 22.43 on his final attempt at Martini, and that gives him a time of 46.52. That's just 0.02 of a second shy of his best. So Zach stays in third place at the moment on 46.5. As Keith Richards takes the MGPA out onto the hill for the final time this afternoon in the MG Car Club division. Keith looking to see if he can just nip under 66 seconds. He's had a 66.51 and then a 66.16. He'd probably be quite happy to go home with a 65-second climb. Let's see how he's doing. 2,204 in the S's at 31.23. He's round to Martini, neat and tidy, keeping out of harm's way, keeping those banks at arm's length. As Steve Luscombe is away with the Mod Sport Spec 1380cc MG Midget. So time for John February with his 1330 Midget car 205 is 56.32. Keith Richards gets the PA to the top in 65, so he made it, he got the 65.30 as his best climb of the afternoon. As we go to double drivers from his Sports Libra class up to 1800cc. Jan Yo leading the way, and he's also out on the hill now as the A driver of the Legend 34 Coupe. And then we step into 1100cc racing cars to pick up Mike Williams with his self-designed and constructed MWR Storm, which he shares the driving duties with his son Tom. And then we have another father and son duo, Tony and Ben Bonfield, the Jedi Mark IV. Tony, the senior of the two, on the hill now, and away from the start line in 2.35 seconds. So he took 500th of a second off of Mike Williams away from the start line. So Jan Yo, 32A, back in class D1, 41.94. That's Jan's best climb of the day. Time for Steve Lascombe in the MG class, car 202. That's a 52.60. So that's Steve's best as well. So still time to be had out there. 32A, we've covered 41.94. So we go to Mike Williams then, a Warminster driver, car 24A on 41.40. So Mike's best on his second climb was a 41.15. And how did Mr. Bonfield Senior do? Number 23A, it's a 41.84. So that's his best of the day. So we go back to class C2 and see how that has panned out. We've had Neil Tuckey leading the way, and in fact he does so all the way through to finish on 45.03. Nearest challenger, Sean, with the Ford car on 45.28, and another 45-second climb in third place, John Tandy with the midget, 45.94. Modified series production cars, that was class C3, engines with a capacity between 1800 and 2600 cc's. Jonathan Williamson led from the word go and takes the honours there on 44.56 with the Porsche Carrera. In second place, Paul Meadows with the 2-litre Renault Clio, and Paul's best climb was a 44.57. Darren Stevenson in third with the Nissan Pulsar GTIR on a best climb of 45.69. The over 2,600 modified series production car class goes to Paul Reynolds with the Caterham. Paul on a fastest climb of 40 seconds exactly. Stephen Holland slotted into second place with his Caterham on 41.65, and third Peter Eade with the 2-litre SEI on 43.71. If he's going to wrest the lead away from Tim Porter on this, the final climb for Class D3 of the day. So Phillips away off the line in 2.95 seconds, and up to the line Comes Martin Dover with the Honda Civic Type R. Martin from Poole in Dorset. Spent many years as a keen yacht racer and skier. Skills that he reckons are not really transferable to Hillclimb, except for possibly bravery. So we might see a bit of that in a minute. Ford Escorts back in the 70s and 80s. Then campaigned in the rally car class here at Hillclimbs with the Hillman Avenger 1600 GT. And then built up the Civic back during the winter, closed season, so to speak, in 2021-22. Car originally manufactured in 2003, 3.9 seconds off the start line, and now 23.8 at the S's as Jeff Taylor rounds Wiscombe and goes across the parkland with the Swift. The Honda Civic completes its climb, so time for Martin Dover. Car number 99 is 47.33. So Martin's best is a 46.75. As Martin Tuck takes the Mark II Escort out onto the hill. Andrew Phillips' time, car number 100, was 44.91. So Andrew's best remains 44 dead. Martin Dover, again his best, 46.75. So status quo there. They stay in second and third places. Number 97, Martin Tuck, then with the Ford Escort. Out of the S's in 25.33. Now on the brakes at Martini. Powers across the finish line to take a time of 51.07. His best of 50.09. And Jeff Taylor's time 48.46. So that was the best from the Suzuki driver. Keeps him in third place. Tim Porter deciding not to run. Job is done. So we move to Sports Libra cars up to 1800 cc's. And we pick up that Legend again. This time in the hands of David Yeo. Car leading the class at the moment in the hands of on a time of 41.94. So Paul Davis completes his day's sport on 44.72 with the 1100cc Radical as Rod Thorne blasts across the countryside with his Rover V8 powered Pilgrim MP43 off the line in 2.39 seconds, and it's a 19.35 in the S's. So Brampton Garage Pride is still pushing hard as Luke Trotman moves us into the 1100 racing car class. Time for Francis Gillett, car number 34, was 45.87. And David Yeo running as number 32, clocked 46.74. Keeps him in fourth place. And Jan at the top of the order on 41.94. Rod Thorne then at the top with a 38.93. His first time of the afternoon was a 38.56, and that's the one that would be his fastest. So now the rest of the 1100 racing car class. Luke Trotman car number 29. In the top paddock on 43.43. Richard Opie, car number 28, the OMSPR, clocks a time of 28 is actually two identical times, 43.43, 21 and 28. And now Shelley Deacon joins them in the top paddock with a 44.06. And now the purposeful stance in the cockpit of Tom Williams, out for his final ascent of the day in 4th place on 38.53. That's an identical time to Ben Wheeler in 3rd place. So big decided on count back. As way off the line, Ben Bonfield currently in 2nd place, shadowing leader Edward Hollier. Bit of a margin between the two, but Ben will be certainly looking to improve on the 38.22 as his best. As class leader, Ed Hollier comes to the line. Now Hollier knows how to win here at Wiscombe Park. Can he pull something out of the bag in these last few runs in the car divisions? He's 3rd fastest overall at the moment on 36.83. Fastest man, Andrew Forsyth, on 36.07. But Hollier's way off the line with the 1 litre Force HC in 2.36 seconds. Just leaving his braking through the right-hander at the gate. Smooth and fast into the S. 17.73. So has the temperature gone? Has the grip levels gone? He's sideways under power coming out of sore bench, applying the opposite lock to control the machine before he stamps on the gas along Castle Straight. And it's a 37.07 for the Columpton driver, 37.07 for car number 22. So his best is a 36.83. Ben Bonfield's time, car number 23, a 38.04, and Tom Williams running as car number 24, clocked 38.72. Ben Wheeler, car number 25, was a 39.43. Also at the top of the hill then, from the 1100 to 1600 racing car class, the Nike FF in the hands of Peter Hannum, and that yielded a time of 44.35. As the man who's the fastest here at Wiscombe Park so far this afternoon, Andrew Forsyth, comes to the line with the 1400cc Suzuki powered OMS CF04. Carol Nichols at the top with the Nike in 51.60. Forsyth is away. 2.35 off of the start line. And we'll see how he fares in the S's. This could be a benchmark to track conditions and levels of grip. It's a 17.54. I think that's a tad slower than he was earlier in the day, so that might be an indication. As he's now round Sore Bench and pointing the car off towards Martini, as Andrew Dinner comes off the line with the MP82. Forsyth around the corner and over the line in 36.43. 36.43. So no improvement for Andrew Forsyth. Stays fastest on 36.07. So appears that number 15, Andrew Dinner, is the last to run, and he's making his way up Castle Straight, finding his braking point, turning into Martini 09, 42.09. That's Andrew's best climb of the day, but not going to snatch fastest time of the day away from Andrew Forsyth. He looks to have achieved that on 36.07. So Ed Hollier takes the up to 1100cc racing car class ahead of Ben Bonfield. If Andrew Forsyth is confirmed as fastest time of the day, then Steve Snell will take the class award for the 1100 to 1600 racing car class. So that's the cars all done and dusted. Now it's the motorcycles. That's the finale to today's Torbay Motor Club event here at Wiscombe Park. All the solos through to a couple of sidecars. And the first to run, Patrick Evans with his 250cc KTM. As soon as he gets the green light. Now Patrick has a best time of 46.42. Been very consistent today. Opened up with a 46.47. Shaved 500th off. What can he do on his final visit to the hill? So 2.73 second climb off the line as he leans the bike over through that slight right-hander across Wis Straight. And now through the gate, just getting his foot down to balance him on through the S's, leaning on it all the way, 22.56, as he's now up to Saw Bench and around, just close to the bank, but no harm in that. Patrick Evans now turning into Martini and around, grabs the throttle for a 47.10. So no improvement on his last visit to the hill. 46.42 best for Patrick Evans. Andy Rayner away off the line then with the Yamaha YZ in a time of 3.21, matching the time of Doug Parnell, who was immediately in front of him. Doug's already made it up to the S's in 24.90 with his 350cc Ducati, and is now tackling Martini hairpin and over the finish line with a 52.03. Doug's best of the day was a 51.06. So Anthony Isaac easing the Velocette off the line, a 350 machine. Anthony looking to improve on a 63.12. Opened up his account this morning with a 63.82. Could there be a 62 second climb in there? Let's see how Andy Rayner's doing on bike 316. It's over the finish line in 55.63. 55.6 is in fact his best from his second run. So Mike Tilley now across the parkland, man leading the way in this class. Another consistent rider, just 300th of a second between his first and second climbs. Anthony Isaac along Castle Straight now, looking to improve on a 63.12. And it's a 62.33. So he does a good final climb. So Anthony Isaac on the Velocette. Mike Tilley must be storming on now, and he's over the finish line in 46.19. His best climb of the day for Mike Tilley on the Honda CR in the 251 to 350cc class. As around Wiscombe goes Richard Bowker, contesting the 351 to 500cc division. We already have Callum Short over the finish line now on 45.67. 45.67 for number 7 Callum Short with the 450cc KTM. He's easing away off the line. Gary Vernon with his 450cc TM. Gary, we'd like to see a 49 second climb. He's done a 50.08 on his second visit to the hill. 511, Richard Bowker then over the finish line in 46.59. That's Richard's best of the day. Leaving Gary Vernon coming out of sore bench. He was 23.59 at the S's. Whilst waiting for the green light on the start line, we have Richard Peaty with the Husqvarna. Gary Vernon then completes his day's motorcycling, bike 525 on 48.78, and that's a positive way to finish. He's been clocking times in the 50-second bracket, and now at the end of the day a 48.78. So Peter Isaac now with the Velocet 500cc around Wiscombe, pointing it eastwards to the gate. Let's see how Reg Davis performed with the KTM bike 551. It's a 54.26, so Reg will rely on a 53-second second climb. Richard Peaty at the top with the Husqvarna 553 in a time of 45.34. And now across the parkland goes Stephen Butler astride his Suzuki RMZ 450 machine, which has given him two identical climbs of 47.03. Butler is out of the S's in 22.46, and we look for Peter Isaacs at the top. It's a 58.10, 58.1 for Peter Isaac. That's his fastest climb of the day. So on the right hand side of the start line we have Trevor Stacey with the Honda CRF, as Keith Haynes is out of the S's in 21.70. Stephen Butler completes his climb on 47.29, so one of those 47.03s will be his best. Keith Haynes then 590 around Martini, just on the curb on the inside and over the line in 45.49. So Keith's best down in the 44s with a 44.69. So now we're looking at the 500 to 750cc class. First to run, Paul Jeffrey with the KTM SMR. Paul on a best of 41.90. It looks like Tom Short is the fastest here on 41.44. So readying himself for the start, that's Tom Short, another KTM SMR rider. Off the line in 2.42 seconds, which compares with 2.36 of Paul Jeffrey. So a little bit of time lost there on the line. Paul Jeffrey, number one, finishes on 42.28, 42.28. So 41.90 will be the KTM rider's best. So it's a 2.6 second launch for Guy Ursel with his SMR KTM. Guy looking to improve on a best of 43.44. Tom Short though, meanwhile number 4, is over the finish line on 41.27, so found some time on his last visit to the hill. 41.27 his best climb. Winding the power on away from the line is Peter Short. 2.47 seconds was his launch time. Guy Ursel then, bike number 5. At the top in 44.12. So 43.44 will be his best. Pete Short then, number 6, with the KTM, 21.05 out of the S's, and he's found a tight line around Martini and over the line in 44.29, 44.29, about 1/10 of a second off of his best of 44.18. 21.31 out of the S's then for Mark Short with his Aprilia SXV. Mark now braking, gaining the speed down and around Martini for a 44.91, 44.91. He'll rely on his best of 44.64. As patiently waiting on the start line, we see Keith Hunt with the 740cc Triumph Bandit, bringing up the revs, dumps the clutch, and away in 2.96 seconds. Keith on a best of 52.74. Approaches the gate now in shade, all the way up through the S's. Not the bright sunlight that was distracting the riders and the drivers earlier in the afternoon, but still a few bright patches, particularly as you come out of Saw Bench and face westwards. You get the setting sun right in your eyes. And then you've got to find your braking point for Martini hairpin, and it's a 54.21 for Keith Hunt. 54.21, that's his best of the day for the Triumph Bandit rider. As into the S's goes Mark Stafford with the KTM, leaving Josh Williams to depart the start, which he does so in due course in 3.34 seconds. Josh Williams out of the S's in 24.87. Williams has a best of 56.88 to improve on. 768's James Gray then next to run on the Husaberg 650cc machine in this 501 to 750cc class. Time for Chris Keats 744 is 44.80, 44.80. That's Chris's best, the Wellington driver, putting in a fast final run. 753 Mark Stafford is at the top in 52.60, 52.60. So just a little bit off of his best. Now, Tommy Hodges gets the weight right on the start line, gets a 2.54 second launch with the GV KTM. Tommy's best 42.42. So Paul Jeffrey fastest on 41.90. Let's see what the Hodges can do. He's 20.69 out of the S's. So bike 777 rapidly through Saw Bench and on up Castle Straight. Gets his eye in for the braking point into Martini, leans the bike over, pours the power on over the finish line in 43.04. So no improvement there. His best is a 42.42. James Gray then 768 stops the clocks on 54.30, and Josh Williams is a 56.92. So into the penultimate class we go, 750 cc's and above. Already got Stu Mills, number 9, with the KTM out on the hill with his 1301 machine. 798 Cadan Harris, last to run in the 750 class with the Husaberg, takes a time of 48.38. So Stu Mills out of the S's in 21.77. Now guns it over the finish line for 45.25. It's his best of the day. 46s and now into a low 45 for Stu Mills. Alan Jolly out of the S's in 21.39 with his 990cc KTM. We're talking bigger, heavier machines here, as Alan gets his eye in around Martini. Completes the climb in 44.82, so 44.51 will be his best. Gareth Plunkett takes the Suzuki TL1000 off the line in pursuit of Simon Wilson. Plunkett's launch time 2.874, Wilson's 2.87, sorry, for Plunkett, 2.74 for Wilson. Wilson's out of the S's in 23.30 and over the finish line in 48.81. 48.55 is Wilson's best of the day. So over Bunny's Leap we now have Matthew Moggeridge, 1100cc Suzuki TL. With that, Gareth Plunkett is out of Martini and over the finish line in 53.79. Gareth's best back this morning was a 52.03. As winding it on across the parkland goes David Norris with his 765cc Triumph. David looking to better a 46.13. So at the top of the hill, Matthew Moggeridge, it's his final time of the day. It's a 45.31, so a little shy of his earlier times, which gave him a best of 45.13. Alison Self next to run. She's down on the line, ready to go. The 966cc Honda VTR. Moves it away off the start line in 3.25 seconds. David Norris completes his climb, bike 826 on 46.52. 46.13 being his best climb. Len Vincent over the line, 828 in 46.27, 46.27. So it's a best of 45.41 for the KTM Duke rider. As out of Wiscombe, across the parkland goes Peter Ford, 864 with a Suzuki supercharged machine, 750 cc's. Alison Self out of the S's in 27.22, now up to Martini. Scrubbing the speed off, turning in and then easing it over the finish line in 57.80. That's her best of the day. She found 3/100ths of a second on that climb. Peter Ford then over the finish line now, anytime soon, out of Martini, and it's a 46.46. That's the Ilminster rider's best of the day. As up towards Bunny's Leap goes Dave Peat with the KTM, as the sidecars coming down to the start line to close off today's meeting here at Wiscombe Park. Mark Williams, 871 over the finish line in 47.40. So it's a 47.09 that Mark will be counting, with Dave Pete and Hannes Tanzer left to run. Pete out of the S's and now over the finish line with the KTM bike 873 in the time of 46.70. And now first of the sidecars, the Honda Formula 2, the high revving 600cc unit of Simon and Jane Foster. Their best climb this morning, 44.84. Look to Hannes Taunzer, and his time is a 50.72, for 876. The last to run, Kevin and Sarah Jewell from Weymouth, off the line in 2.86 seconds. So just 200ths down on the Honda Formula 2, which is across the finish line in 45.3. So for results purposes, the Fosters will rely on their first climb of 44.84. As the Jewels are out of the S's now in 26.04. As they go up towards Saw Bench, from the shade into the setting sun and up Castle Straight. Kevin finding the midpoint of the track all the way up, then he'll just ease it over to the right and turn in at Martini. He goes over the line with a squirt of the throttle, 54.50, 54.50, and it's a 53.97 best for Kevin and Sarah. So that brings us to the end of the competition here today at Wiscombe Park, courtesy of the Torbay Motor Club. We'll return those cars back down the hill at the moment, but do join us for the awards presentation here in the paddock, with all the class winners receiving their awards, and of course Andrew Forsyth taking the fastest time of the day in a time of 36.07. So new track surface, new tyres, they did the Shillingston driver proud. So thank you for joining us here at Wiscombe Park. Thank you for all the marshals on the behalf of Taunton Motor Club. Sterling day's work done, and we look forward to seeing a number of you, or lots of you in fact, back here at Wiscombe tomorrow or later in the season. But until then, drive home safely, enjoy the evening. It might be a barbecue on the agenda somewhere along the line, but as I say, drive carefully, look out for the speed traps, and it's a good afternoon from Jeff Pickett in the commentary position.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport videos. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.